Morning, morning. I stick hockey. Yeah.
Market is open. What was the fish count on your vacation? Stock J Green.
All right, let's freaking do this. I need my headset. Gotta go get it. Be right back. First thing I see when I come back. Not, oh, you know, glad you're back, SJ. We missed you, SJ. No, it's Shred saying, Tampa should have lost last night. Suck a dick. I don't know where you get that from. They were clearly the best 5-on-5 team on the ice. Lucky the refs didn't freaking just give it away. Thank you, Philion. Let's see. I have to plug my mouse in. I don't know.
Good day, SJ. Here's my monthly Bezos dono. Thanks as always for streaming. Also, it's not a loss until you sell. So technically, I'm a genius.
Let's go, Riley. Thank you for 4 years, my man. Let's go. Teddy, I see you 35 months. Let's go. What was the fish count? 0.
Glad to hear you made it back safe from your gay cruise. Rainbow. Buy all dips NVDA.
Yeah, because those gay cruises are known to be life-threatening. Oh, gosh. All right, what are we freaking trading today, boys? All right, Jet Route. Congratulations. I have no idea what's supposed. Oh no, hell no. No idea what's supposed to be moving here. So naturally, I feel like I've forgotten how to trade.
Buy, sell, 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 buy, sell.
Something like that. Johnny, let's go 31. Shred, let's go 42. 60 months, sorry.
Welcome back.
It's a 5-year badge right there, bud. Just gonna clean up this watch list. Is there a reason why I'm not getting... Ross didn't make a trade today? Oh, that's crazy. So, like, all last week, probably best trading all year. Am I wrong? And I'm like, I cannot believe I'm missing this. Every day while I was on vacation, I was like, I don't want to be here right now. I want to be in front of a computer watching my vision deteriorate while I watch green and red bars go. Freaking A. I didn't do anything. Holy Ghost, 1 year, buddy. Let's go. GME. Hello. Saw this move on Thursday, I guess it was. I was like, okay. Okay. old Daily Cock. This is one I've been watching closely. Shut up, SJ and T12. All right. Cleaned out, ready to go, boys. Definitely want to start a little later today because when you go on a vacation, you don't trade at all, and you try to come back, it's like you don't know the pulse of the market. You don't know how things have been moving. Definitely want to take it slow today. I know, but I'm aware. This freaking market completely juiced its face off last week. It's disgusting.
Vacation? How'd the cruise go with hubby? Is
Oh
that
my
the
god.
super secret viewer reward? We get to meet the fella who swept you off your feet.
Oh my
What's his
god.
name, Dante? Sergio? Fabricio? You look like the type to snag you up something exotic.
Oh my gosh. Snag you up something exotic. This guy. Looks like we have a couple 100% moves in the ETF Media Viewer Fund or Retirement Fund. One today and one Friday. I think both of them are Pizza Wrangler, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like this LABX hit. This is Pizza Wrangler, 127%. Kodak's getting close. And I know that we had an AMDL, like an AMDL 3-time leverage long, which I think is Pizza Wrangler too. I don't see it right now. Let me do these. Yeah, there it is. No, it was joystick report. Wow. So what's moving today? What are we trading here, boys? XE IPO. Okay. E-Trade's still loading up. So shit. Oh, now they're on version 200.0.0.2. Okay. ABX. I don't know if we actually have this one anymore or not. They might have done a reverse split. I don't see it. Yeah, they probably did a reverse split. Yeah, it's old. False alarm there. We did sell AMDL though. My trade today. Yeah, I'm trying to get things up and running here. Ask you chat for help getting oil out of. Thank you, Lowly. Good to be back. Yep, I'm just making sure I'm not missing on anything in the ETF meter real quick. Then I gotta get my watch list set up today. I have no idea what moved last week, so completely in the dark there. So gotta lean on you all for that. Let's see. Yeah. All right, we're all caught up there. We got the last week of the Hunger Games this week. I gotta. Oh God, is it? Oh, it's Big Harry. Big Harry is potentially winning that. All right, okay, Big Harry. Okay, okay. All right, let's get the freaking trade in here. Went on vacation. So I went to Louisiana. I have family there, and we have some family there, and the rest of the family went there. So, ate nonstop crawfish, basically. And none of them were great. Like I wasn't like, oh yeah. There were some that we ate at that extremely clean. If you've ever had purged crawfish, you wouldn't ever eat anything else. But they cook them, and then once they're cooked, this might not make sense if you never had crawfish, but once they're cooked, they immediately serve them. So there's no soaking time. With crawfish, you want to cook them like shrimp, right? They cook quick. Hang on. So you want them to soak for a while so the flavor and the seasoning can kind of soak into whatever. So they don't do that. So they're piping hot when they come out, and all the liquid is evaporated off of it when it gets to your table. So extreme and clean, no flavor to them. Second my bucket. 45 minutes from Leeds for base drive outside. There you go, Luke. Thing about QCOM. So you'll have to tell me. I don't know what's up with this year. After, of course, the company is working with OpenAI to develop a smartphone processor. Interesting. Seems like a leap for OpenAI. Wow, they gave it all back. So, I don't know why it jumped on Friday though. By 2028. Yeah, that's just a little too far away. Full high of day. Yeah. I mean, chips were on fire because of the Intel earnings, right? So, you know, if Intel starts pulling back, then chips start pulling back. But, man, what an insane move by Intel. Encourage them with beer while alive. I would disagree. So yeah, it's not necessarily, it's the amount of liquid that stays in it too. So like if you pull them off piping hot, like just out of the boil, like they were 200 and what is it, 212 the water boils at. You pull them off, it just all that liquid's just gonna steam off it. You're gonna have a dry crawfish. You can't suck no heads. None of that, man. So you really have to cool your pot down so they stop cooking. So they actually have devices which is like a hula hoop you set on your pot and it sprays water on the outside of the pot like a heat sink, and you stir the pot and it cools your water down. So now your crawfish, you get it down to 150. That's where that's the temperature stuff stops cooking at. So you cool it down to 150 or a little lower if you want, and you just let them soak there. And that way your crawfish are juicy when you pull them out, get all the liquid inside of them. When you serve them, they're soaked. They're not freaking dry. Was there Old Bay? Probably not. Swedish style crawfish? What are we talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. What you talking about? I gotta clean up this freaking watch list. Wow. On this day right here, I almost bought, or no, it was this day. No, it was this day. I was like, surely car is going to freaking dump soon. I almost bought the 450 puts, and I would have made an entire fortune if I did. Ugh, disgusting. Of course, it craters right before I come back. Did you hit it, Cheese? I was so about to pull up. I'm like, you know what? I'm on my phone. I don't really want to do this right now. GoPro. Time highest in shrimp acid temp. Oh, don't forget Tim Cook stepping down. Don't forget that one. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? MNTS Big Pop. Tim Knight. Did you hear about the assassination? Yeah, that was yesterday. Freaking crazy. Go figure. This is what, the first White House Correspondents' Dinner he's done since last presidency. They freaking try to take him out at it. Not they, as in the press, but first ever. Didn't he do one before? And then he stopped doing it. Didn't he do his very first one first term? Can we talk NHL? We will. We will talk NHL. Just not now. We're trying to find a freaking trade. Penguins, yeah. MNTS got a level here at 674. Watch that. CRML. Yeah, we'll have to put a little bit of a bottom in here. Let's see if we get these moving averages to switch. Q moving up. What's this thing? 1 for 30 reverse split. Is that all this is?
Be afraid you should not.
Oh my gosh.
I'll take care of you. I will.
Morning, Seabass. Missed y'all. I did not miss Yoda and Banana. HTC. Threw a banana at you. What's this thing?
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
So this thing's just juice into juice. There's no reason to it. Awesome. Do you ever play these types of stocks like CMPX? No. So after they've done the China, well, why is this down? Mrs. Kennedy, I mean, overall. So this is Pharma. Okay, so yes, I will trade pharma stocks that fail their drug, whatever. I will do that because they are legit. They are companies, like they actually exist and they're doing things, and there will be normal flows. But Chinese shitters that look like this, no. I usually 99% of the time will not touch them after the fact. Like with these, like they can have another drug in the pipeline that could still make the stock go up. So there's still movement here. Adobe, I'm probably not going to be interested in it just because it's out of my price range. Yeah, this is already trying to crack VWAP unsuccessfully so far, so it might curl back down. Trade zero. 648? No. It didn't update me. I'm on 647. Why didn't it update? What'd they do? Is there anything big? I have to update myself. I don't even know how to do that. It was all automatic before. Jet route, what's so different about 648? Didn't notice anything. All right, well then I'll just wait for them to push it. I'm not always wanting to get the latest update on anything because sometimes it's buggy and I don't want to be dicked for a while. I'd rather just wait for them to push it. Tampa got so lucky. I mean, what are we talking about here? Are you in the camp that Tampa got some bullshit calls? Because I'm in the camp that I've never seen 3 of the softest calls in my life called against Tampa last night. We're not ready to talk hockey. Stop trying to push hockey on us. Hockey's later. Let me make a freaking trade first. Let me lose some money before we start talking hockey. I will say this. There was not 14 penalties in that game last night. Yeah, here we are with 14 power plays. CRSR.
Rejected.
Corsair. Really light volume, so I can't really trade it. Daily's looking decent, though. Watch that $7 level. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da. Do you eat the crawfish with bread or something? Or no, just crawfish tails. That's it. At the place, that had purged crawfish, but they were bland. I did use a dip. The closest I can describe the dip is like the yum yum sauce at Asian restaurants. You know, the white creamy sauce. I can already hear the jokes now. But yeah, it's almost exactly like that. Happy ending sauce. Jeez. Fig is trying to come up. I don't know if this is going to do anything. It was good. Je papa. I really wanted to trade though. I almost rented one of those office spaces again, like those out of town office spaces you can rent for a day. But I really think my family would have gotten insulted if I started working. So I was like, it ain't worth it. The FOMO is beyond high. Yeah. This especially. Why does this keep... Cash. Roger. High roller technology. Still juicing. This ZNTL. I don't know remember what this is, but looking decent on the daily. HTCO. Vaulted down. Down 2K? Holy hell.
Happy anniversary.
Gnome, let's go, bud. 50 months. Holy jeez. My shoes will do. Feel you on that. Rumble's starting to move a bit here, huh? Did they have news? It launches exchange offer for shares of Northern Data. Hmm. CAST. Yeah. GTWO. Just too high price for me. A small account. Space. All right. I need to freaking trade here. Just like so timid to take something. Maybe a W on bull. This would be a nice slow trade. Back these down though. Yeah, Rumble does look good. CMPX, that worked out nicely there. What's the daily level in Rumble? 709.
Spy TEAS.
What the hell is that? Did we actually do that? MNTS curl. Jeez, you freaking paper hands. Oh my gosh. What is that? XE? What are you doing here, bud? I don't know why the market's popping like it is, but it just kind of juiced out of nowhere. Things trading nicely, huh? Thank you, Chase. Okay. Nah, I've waited an hour before, but I'm really trying to take my time, trying to get a feel for the market. It's not a good feeling coming back. I mean, I didn't even remember how to load things up on my platform. I was just like, oh, the order that I normally load things up, like it's completely out of whack. I just don't want to make a mistake. I mean, I don't see anything moving like it did last week. Maybe an Intel short hair. 5 minute against the 90 MA at 85 level, VWAP as well. Except Dragon. New fun, so I stay on vacation, so market stays juiced. I mean, I understand. I do understand. BB. LVS. MNTS trying again. Where did the volume go? Bull with a 5. AI hard. I'm asking if I own the IP for agents built on there. I think you brought good future hold. I have no idea how far along they are. All I know is the name has energy in it. I don't know what kind of energy they do. Certainly energy plays are going to be hot, and that's why this IPO is taken off. But yeah, as far as the fundies or how far along they are, no idea. Nuclear reactors. So they kind of missed the boat on the first wave of nuclear. We're still in a pretty big downtrend from last year off of the nuclear highs. MSGM. Share repurchase program. Isn't this a low float? Yeah, 2 million shares. Damn, XE. Just me talking about it tanked the damn stock. MNTS went high a day. Feel like this is a bounce. 32.50. We'll see. Lower Bollinger Band. Ooh, still selling. The pinball. It's a very nice looking chart on Rumble. XE getting that little bounce we were talking about. Very nice bounce on XE. I don't know. I saw that headline. Jeez. It's just a place where you go if you're banned from YouTube, right? Really nice bounce. Get some lag today. I've had lag since I've been home. My internet. I meant to restart my shit, but I didn't do it. Yeah, Bull Chuchin. Watch that 752 level. Fig moving up, high day. I don't think I could trade this one.
Rejected.
Trying to buy MNTS.
Rejected.
Awesome. 2 stocks I can't trade. Okay. Really nice bounce. Jeez. $5 minute on now, maybe. See what this does here on this dip. MNTS back up to those levels with a W, flat top, whatever you want to call it. Good trade. I just can't trade it as, you know, Apex. Market coming back down. Here goes MNTS. Chuchin. audio control. Yep, there goes MTS. Lulu, if you like Sydney Sweeney, is she doing Lululemon stuff now? AREB. They do a 1 for 100 reverse split, but now they don't have 500,000 shares to stay on the NASDAQ. Oh my gosh. No, I didn't see that, cheese. I don't think she'd be able to do American Eagle and Lululemon. I mean, there's just no way. AE over. No, she's just resigned for the summer. For the shorts or whatever. I think it was jean shorts is the push. High of day HTCO. Crazy. So this GNI with a headline. Launch media buying agent with ties to Disney and Publicis. It's a little cheese low and go here. ARB open when? At 11 o'clock? Halted since March 20th? Oh, juice me, daddy. Come on. This is the play, baby. This is the play. This is the one that I want to take the day after I get back. CRM. That's the play. That's right, baby. This is the play. American Rebel. Isn't this the beer company? Why is this so beat up? Well, let's see what it does. What time did Chuck say it was supposed to open? EPW. 1 for 100. This is extremely low float now. Then we're talking under 500K. It's halted for an extended period of time, primarily due to repeated NASDAQ listing deficiencies. $11? It's supposed to be open right now. So they do a 1 for 100 reverse split. Are they going to open under $1 still? $11 o'clock. It's 11:01. Like, what are we doing here? Showing 62. That's not right, is it? Can't be right. Unless it's already a circuit breaker halting. T12 coming. It must have been coming out of it, T12, right? Can someone look, or does someone know if this was a T12 halt? Because usually coming out of a T12 halt is like Juice Master automatic, because people are like, well, there's no chance this is going back into a T12. 1 for 100. Okay, so 60 cents. So they're still not above $1. And so now they have two issues. They're below $1 and not 100, 500 shares. And they don't have 500,000 shares. So they need to do another reverse split and an offering. Anybody want a beer company on the cheap that sells beer in multiple states? I wonder how much debt they have. Boston beer? Oh, I could have told you that was a bad investment. You're saving your money by indoor hot. Oh, well, I'm still looking for 5 mil, so I can build one myself too. Spy pushing lower here. Bigly. CL cranking. Nothing cray, but yeah. What is with the lag here? Pizza Wrangler, let's go. 70 months at tier 3. 70.
70 months? Who else loves you like I do?
We have a special thing going on, Pizza Wrangler. Real special. Real special. Market's shit in the bed here. The poop shower pics. I have more than said if you stop the snowflakes from banning my accounts. You knew it. If you're the real Cam, which is plausible, you know what you did. And you know what you could have done to unban yourself, but no. Just don't get your new account banned. All right, we got. Did this open? No. Thank you, Rudius. Oh, he was inappropriately shit talking a mod. He got banned. And then I said, listen, my policy is if a mod bans you, it's not my problem that you got banned. But I instruct my mods that if there is repentance, pure repentance, to give them a second chance. And no one in the history of our bands has ever been like, you're right, my bad. No one. You all are freaking headstrong and just be like, nah, no, never. No, never. I'll never say sorry. So no one. Make a new account. Well, not on Discord. Not as easy as it sounds. HTCO. Follow my lead. I admit when I'm wrong. I got no problem with that. It's a confidence thing. If you can admit when you're wrong, then you're a weak person. Pentagon going Google. Adds new Gemini model to its AI portal. Of course. Of course. I'm pretty convinced right now that AI is at a point. It's not a matter of who has the best. It's who's getting the money to build out theirs the fastest. That's who's going to win. Who's getting the government contracts? Who's sleeping with the government quickest? Who says, we'll do it raw? I remember saying. Now, OGs remember Sitting Bull. Those are the old OGs. Yeah, 60-second timeout for nothing. That's a pat on the back. That's a nice way, Cam, to just say, I like you. China's access. If I make you the mod, Cam, then I will get banned. No doubt. If you're the real Cam. Raging Bull. No, no, not Raging Bull. Sitting Bull. The guy that would nonstop text about GME on Stock Twits. That guy. Jacob, Sitting Bull. Yep. When I was shorting SNDK at 300. Freaking animal. Yeah, oh my gosh, it's at $1,000. Oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure we still have MU in the ETF MENA, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look real quick. Don't we? Yeah. How about that for a trade? What? Not going to recognize Power E-Trade Pro now? What are we doing here? Let's just do it this way. We got our one share of MU. We bought it at $285. Currently $522. It's freaking one trade. We're up $200 on. You know, in their infinite wisdom, I can't change these columns anymore. Oh, maybe I can. Do they update the platform where I can actually do that now? Oh, select columns. Thank you so much. Okay. So we're up 82% on that MU trade. Now there are two stocks in the ETF MENA that are delisting. Here's my MU IRA. 100. Wait, 521 and $42. Wait, what? Are we green? We're break even. I haven't made a trade yet. I'm still looking for something. All right, UCAR moving up. That just hit a signal here for me. What is this horse shit? All right, UCAR over 2 is a level. Wow. VSEEV? What is that? Talking about VEV? AREB open. Is this whole thing down? I think it is. Okay. Can't even get the chart to load for it. Can I short it? That's a good question. I don't think I really want to, honestly. I think this is going to go red to green in a big way. Says there's a lot of shares available.
Rejected.
Oh, it's liquidate only. Damn it, I can't trade it. This is becoming an issue. Yeah, I'm really starting to think that I might have to try Schwab with DOS again. Shut up, Chase. I really think there's no point in Lightspeed. I mean, I've got 30,000 sitting over there I haven't touched. If it's anything at all, which it is, exactly like Trade Zero, there's 0 point in me trying it because there's no price improvement. The fills, they're fine. They're going to be just as fast as Trade Zero. They're going to be the exact same. I'll get filled on the better the ask. That's it. Fills have been god awful. Really? I mean, surely they're better than what I'm getting, right? Your price improvement shouldn't have changed. Fills 2 seconds later? Well, that's an issue. Come on, water's fine. Nick, do you? Oh, you don't use DOS. Does anyone else get slow fills on DOS via Schwab? Jack me offer you use Schwab? No, Schwab. Okay. No, I get it, Nick. To us, I would really like to try interactive brokers, but that Rule 144 really scares me. I want to call them though and see like, have you like fixed this issue? Why is this a thing? It depends on the day. Sometimes you just get slack at the price. Yeah, it's like the first week or second week of June that the new day trading rules go into effect. Yeah. Is it June 4th? I was thinking 9 for some reason, but it could be the 4th. Watching this 1 minute here and I missed it. Oh, okay, maybe that's where I got the June 9th from. That's when Schwab goes into effect, June 9. New car. Pushing low. Wasn't that something that someone was ready with 30,000 shares to sell into this news pop on KITT? That's something. How have the news plays been? Did they been working or just kind of the same of what we've been seeing? Oh, jeez. Car W. Well, yeah, W.
Partial execution.
All right, first trade. We broke the ice. Only took an hour and a half. 2 hours, sorry. $40. Big freaking win, boys. Big freaking win. Look at KITT. Ugh, it's disgusting. Foods pay for it, and I can get like one hot sauce to go with it. Freaking stacked. The volume's good on this U car. It's not like the crazy, you know, million shares a minute stuff. It's, you know, roughly in the 400,000 range. Spikes up to 800,000. This is good. Marka poopity poop poop. Check a bow wow. Let's go, bud. My body's ready. Thank you. Check a bow wow. 29 months. Let's go, bud.
Welcome home.
Thank you, thank you. MNTS, can't trade it off the list. CRML, not doing it. KITT, pop, drop, right back up. Spready now too. Jeez. AMD. This thing does like to do a low and go here. Did it last time. Trying to do it again, it looks like. UCAR 276 daily breakout level. Or 278, sorry. Oh, God. Perfect. Now I'm trying to get some room. Breaking. Right on that pivot too. UGAR down to the 250 area. The 20, wow, it went through it. Huh. One minute cock setting up here on UCAR daily. I mean, UCAR 1 minute. When I say the daily, 278. My hair is 54. Worked well. Worked real well. Right to the eyes. That's what you want. AREB. Halting up. This is it. This is the red to green moment. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Gonna do red to green. Ugh. It's a little harder when it halts so bad and then gaps down 40%. That's a little on the rough side, so might take a little longer. But I'm telling you. U-car with the chooching. How is the Chris? This freaking guy. What is this stupid headline? Announced a strategic investment in technology access agreement to enter high growth RWA tokenization and blockchain infrastructure markets. Bro, you're about 6 years late with this kind of headline. UCAR defending the 250 now. Phoenix, I was like, why is that broken? One minute worked nicely. What's up, Phoenix? Can you buy OTC? If E-Trade lets me buy it, I'll buy it. Since we have the purge rules, there's no limits on what to buy anymore. But I will say this, that if Google Sheets can't track it, it can become an issue. So I would say make sure Google Sheets can track it. How you doing, Liu Kong? The Conky Wonky. One of my morning, 2 of my business gap time for no published reason. Another stock episode 20 on the news. Told you. Are you comfortable with your new platform? Can you display P&L on E-Trade before? I can, but just like E-Trade before, I never showed P&L until I was like decently green on the day. I don't like looking at it. Where's the button? Here. That's what it looks like. But I don't really like looking at it, so I just keep it off. I'm only up $40. I've only made 2 trades. So, whatevs. AREB open. Yeah, I can't trade it. Watch the gap up, boys. Wait, so it halted up and gapped down? What the hell? That's really not a good sign, actually. That never really makes, shows confidence. So you can see my buy and sell. You should see it here. I don't know why this is so freaking huge. Sorry. But these are my orders. I mean, everything is the same as far as what you can see. Oh, it was cut off. Thank you. Yeah, they did an update. I don't know why this got moved over. Show any news for quick? Okay, look. Shares is trading higher amid sympathy with Intel, which reported better. So it's an Intel sympathy move on quick. Velo, I believe Velo had news. That's the company priced an offering at $14 a share. There you go on Velo. LPTH. Investor Day. So that's the only headlines I see there. Oh, that's old though. Nothing today on it. AREB halted up. That's showing a 77 resumption. BBRG citing Telegram. Is that the only way Iran's foreign ministry is talking? He's on Telegram. What? QNTM, that is a big pop. Spready. Breaking on the daily at 4. It's a really big pop on QNTM. Ooh, that almost halted up. Your car building out a 5-minute. Wow, so glad to come home after, you guys had the juiciest week of all year long to come home to this bullshit. Just stagnant pond water. I knew this was going to happen. This happens every time I can't be on a computer to trade. Juice. Everybody else feels the juice. This is no longer a conspiracy. A or AB open. Well, at least this one opened flat. And somehow it's halting up. Okay. Yeah, probably the best call of the year, Rudius, to be honest. You guys want to make money, send me back out. Send me to somewhere that doesn't have internet or, yeah, just no computer for me. And you all will become millionaires again. You think, Duplicate? Just trade car. Yeah, car burst its bubble. I am looking for a little bounce on car eventually. A little dead cat bounce kind of feely feel. I was watching the diary of the CEO while I was traveling, and he had a peptide guy on one of his podcasts, and he said that I think he said Eli Lilly's, there was a peptide that they own patent to that's like GLP-1 but like a million times better. Supposedly gets its approval date in June, I think he said. He said if it passes, it's going to be $1 trillion drug. I can't remember why he said that. I think it was along the lines of you basically just burn fat and it doesn't burn muscle. Makes your body not burn muscle. Well, that sounds like the perfect drug. I need to look into that, though. We might have something that we need to be paying attention to. Yeah, that's it. Retatrutide. Can't remember what he said about it, but I was like, whoa, okay, it sounds like removing from Atari on these GLP-1s to SNES or maybe even N64. What is the hype about Retatrutide for? What you know about Retatrutide, Mr. Bowles? Let's see. Let's just read it out loud. You gonna read it?
The hype around retatrutide is pretty simple. It might be the most powerful weight loss drug ever developed so far, and it's not even fully approved yet. Here's the clean breakdown. What it is, why it's different. Retatrutide is an experimental drug from Eli Lilly that hits 3 hormone pathways at once. GLP-1 reduces appetite, like Ozempic. GIP improves insulin plus metabolism. Glucagon increases energy burn. This is the extra gear.
That's it.
That combo
It
is
gave
why people call
incredible
it a triple
liver
agonist,
health.
or even GLP-3. Translation: current drugs mostly suppress appetite. This one suppresses appetite and boosts calorie burning. Why people are freaking out? The results? The trial data is what's driving the hype. 24% weight loss in phase 2 trials, up to 28.7% body weight loss, 70 plus pounds in phase 3. Some people lost 30% plus of their body weight. For context, Ozempic, Wegovy, 15%, Mounjaro, 20 to 22%. Retatrutide is pushing into bariatric surgery territory, which is why it's being called a potential game changer. Why it's getting so much attention. Magnitude of weight loss, not incremental, it's a step change. Works through multiple metabolic pathways. Also improves blood sugar, A1C, plus 2%, mobility, joint pain in some trials. Could be used for obesity, type 2 diabetes, possibly heart-kidney risk reduction, still being studied. The not-so-talked-about downsides. This is where the hype gets checked a bit. Not FDA approved yet, still in phase 3 trials. Side effects: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, GLP-1 class typical. Some people lost too much weight, dropped out of trials because of it. Early chatter about possible muscle loss, potential effects on mood reward systems, not confirmed yet. Bottom line, why it's hyped.
UCAR.
Retatrutide is hyped because it's the first drug that combines appetite suppression plus metabolic acceleration, produces weight loss close to surgery levels, outperforms current blockbuster drugs, Ozempic/Mounjaro. But it's still experimental, and the safety long-term effects are not fully known yet. If you want, I can break it down trader style versus competitors. Which one likely dominates the obesity drug market and what that means for LLY versus NVO?
The guy also mentioned that he had on, and he's a doctor. He was mentioning that it gave the best liver health we've seen, blah, 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 whatever metric they measure. So there's a chance that it could be used for other things as well then. I didn't realize this, but the Biden administration put peptides into like a banned category, and supposedly in June, that's where the peptide talk is coming back from, is they're leaving the banned arena potentially and going back to companies can do trials and stuff on them. So I guess that's maybe where the hymns pop came from. Thank you, Coach Red. Golly. Something to watch for sure. You're an Arab. It's gonna get its moment. I'm telling you. Myostatin inhibitors.
Look into myostatin inhibitors.
Well, I was just talking about a trade idea that we need to be paying attention to in potentially June. Michael Seelig says rules proposals to regulate prediction markets are not far away and can include restrictions or bans on prop bets and parlays. It's holding up pretty good. ARAB open again. Another gap down. It's going to be the VWAP break that does it. Looking for the 5-minute cock on this. 91. Come on. Next halt up. Come on, do it. I can't trade this. Who wants a beer company? On the cheap. See if a 1-minute cock can continue this thing. Higher 62. Back D is starting to go down. I need something moving. $62 crack. It's nice. Really don't want to trade against. I'm trying to be ultra safe. Ultra safe today. So I get a cushion. And then I can blow up my account. Short the market. It's not looking so hot right now, is it? We'll see. Am I buying AREB? I can't. My trade zero won't let me trade it. So they use Apex for their order flow. Apex is pretty stingy, I'm finding. ROLR, okay. Go back to E-turn. Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. In its current form. Again, not against going to a good platform, but it's not a good platform. At all. The charts are pretty. Nothing else is good. Like, I mean, this is a plain example right here. Hang on. Oh. Like, this is the time in sales here. Okay. I have it on real time. Does this look like real time to you? This is Tesla. Whereas on E-Trade Pro, the time in sales was real time. This is, look how it updates every half second. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, clear cadence to it. Yet they're trying to tell me this is real time. So it's just like that one thing right there is just complete ass. L2 still oh yeah. Well, the L2, I mean the fills process in general just buffers. Yeah. 2 seconds when you put orders through. You know, if Lightspeed free route, I don't know Cosmo, and I don't know honestly if I'm gonna try Lightspeed just because of there's no price improvement. And why is this juicing? The fills on Trade Zero are very much bid and ask, basically. And the occasion I'll get filled in the middle. Rarity. And Lightspeed's not going to be any different as far as that aspect goes. So I don't know if there's a real reason for me to try it. Best time in sales? I don't know about the best, but I mean, I'm sure they have. Most brokers have real time. Except E-Trade. E-Trade decided, you know what? Real-time market data to our customers, not important. But we'll tell them it's real time. Use blazing. That is, I'm not, I don't know how you guys do Frankenstein setups. I can't do it. Am I green? I am green. I'm only taking 2 trades. I'm up $60 today. I'm stepping into the waters slowly, and there's really not much to trade just yet. UCAR is the first thing that started to do anything here, so we're still watching this one. So there was a lot of call activity on DJT today. What the hell? CPRX takeover chatter. Halt it up. Italy's Angelini. U.S. government buying up. Government hasn't bought any crypto, and they would straight up buy. PTCT sympathy play. I thought DJT might be moving because aren't they getting a new CEO? Speculation of who that might be. What if it's Tim Cook? Can you imagine? All right. Just looking at this. Damn it. Is this open? 8:55. Couple minutes. $2,000 call contracts traded earlier. May 1st, 11 strike. Minute and a half. UCAR building out a 5-minute. The last one was PTCT. Already back down. No. Spreads are rough there. 50 seconds. ROLR is starting to juice. Gonna have to watch that one. It's getting up some daily levels here. I don't know what this is quoting. This is some weird shit here. I don't know if it's... Did anyone have a quote for CPRX? 32. All right, so that one. So flat, huh? 10 seconds. PTCT's already back down. Holy sh... Yeah, not controlled. Totally not controlled. Yeah. Wow. I feel like I should buy that. Oh, that was it. This is disgusting, man. Bull's trying to curl off of VWAP. Just click. So the morning session wasn't good today, huh? KLZ with the dump. Last night he's been really good. Okay. Pretty dramatic here. I love it. CPRX. Just minding its own business, right? Hovering above the VWAP all day long. Gets buyout news, oh, below VWAP. Make it make sense. NVIDIA starting to chooch. Those are let's go 41. Great time for Hunger Games.
And Groupon. Activity in the July 15 calls, 1,000 contracts on and by the offer expired July 17. GRPN Groupon.
Steal it. New Discord.
Watching satellite stocks, possible positive catalyst, ASTS, ticker VSAT. FCC is out with comments. It says FCC is, quote, laser focused on clearing the way for direct to device for satellite stocks. Seeing a bump in activity here, ASTS on that tweet from the FCC.
Speaking of ASTS, the 200-day moving average, pretty solid support for this thing. I think I'm actually going to buy some for the swing account. Yep, I am.
Ticker ASTS, you're seeing continued activity on FCC comments. Shares at the 75.75 level now on ASTS. Shares now approaching the $76 level, ASTS.
All right, we're in 100 shares. ASTS. got filled at 75, 72. I'll put this in the swing account. Place in Discord real quick before we do the Hunger Games update. All right. You in this, Sheza? Check out General. Son of a bitch. Is this you? My house cleaners are here. Are those topless housekeepers that you can order now? Huh? I bet you some of you have some of those topless housekeepers. Two young Brazilians. The one in pink has a smoking body. Dresses as slave layout. Well done. GRPN is getting a boost with that call activity. GTCO, garbage, AREB, just see where that's at. Absolute trash. You love your main. Net coach red. Gosh, I wish I could trade some of these. NATO and eyes ending its annual summits. Interesting. NUWE. Nothing. CPRX. It's crazy this thing is now red from when that news came out. ROLR back to the highs. AI. Freaking rainbow lightsaber. Well, it's breaking.
Partial execution.
Why did I just buy that? That's stupid. That was stupid of me. What's the point? So dumb.
Partial execution.
ROLR hitting $12 now. High roller technology up 28%. Romeo Oscar Lima
All right, it
Romeo.
worked out. Must be nice to be in the Pacific Division. Dude, anything in the West is a complete joke. Minus 3 teams. And even then, like 2 of them are banged up pretty good. Well, I can't say that about the Wild. I know Dallas is definitely banged up. All the Canadian teams suck. I think Montreal's setting up to be a dynasty. Not dynasty, but like 10 years of issues for everybody in the league. That was the retest right there. Montreal is just getting started. They get a little tougher, and if they can add one more defensive piece, they're going to be an issue. Kind of scary. Beat Chuck in Montreal next season. Why would he do that? You think he's gonna get traded? He's not a UFA. Sabres look good. Sabres have always had the pieces. It's just this year they decided to play to their potential. It's not like magically Buffalo got good players. They've had them. They've just underachieved for the past 5 years. Yeah. Flyers are smoking them Penguins. Not really surprised, to be honest. Tampa is in this round. Listen, if Tampa keeps playing like they did yesterday, we win the round. If Tampa can learn not to take a penalty, we win this round. The only thing that's keeping this series close is Montreal's power play. 5-on-5, we've dominated the last 2 games. And it's not even close. Jeez, this thing's cooking. Damn, this thing's just cooking. Now I got a daily level of 1280. Just rip that. What's up, Big Lou? Going slow. I've only taken 3 trades. I'm trying to go slow today. This one was kind of a risky one. I really kind of regretted it, honestly. It worked out, but I should have waited for a pullback. Vix is melting here. What's up? What am I eating? Starburst. It's on my table. Can we talk about? All right. If you know, first off, let's do an. We got to do a Hunger Games update. Hang on. We're behind. We got to catch up. Let me eat this. All right, we're in week 3, which ends Thursday. So this is almost a 2-week span. We've got in the finals here, 3 Pedal versus Big Harry. 3 Pedal picking SMCI. Currently basically break even, he's actually red. Big Harry picked Bull, which I'm a fan of. Currently up 9%. This is for the first place getter-upper here. What we saw last week in week 2, we saw 3 Pedal defeat Jackie Hoffer, the SMCI, and took it into the final round here. And Big Harry beat Izzy. This one was a freaking fisticuffs fight to the end. Luke, I am a father, smoked Mac 3323 with his AMC move. Chicka Bow Wow beat out different baits with the MSTX leverage play. Snow No Flake beat Baby Bear with his AV. Shizza Supreme managed to pick something that Google couldn't find, so we had to update it manually. Thank you for that. Thank goodness he lost. He deserved to. Beat by ORN and Igloo TV. Joystick Report beating Lucon with his RKLD. But that's too. Salt Life eking out the win to Captain Burrito Pants. And then there's Pizza Wrangler. So in the finals here, we have 3 Pedal versus Big Harry. We already discussed that one. Second place, we have Jack Hoffer taking Netflix and Izzy taking APLD. Luke, I'm your father. Taking GME. Chicka Bow Wow going with the MSTX play again. Currently leading that one. Oh, that's an alert going off or something. I have to check that. Mac333 taking S-Bet, losing currently to different base. Snow Flake taking UNHD, smoking Igloo TV in his ORN. Joystick Report and Salt Life of John, both red in their trades, but you know, that's life sometimes. Captain Burrito Pants getting smoked by RKLX. That's a leverage short? I can't remember. Liu Kong, long ADM, currently winning that matchup. Baby Bear taking Bull and Pizza Wranglers, MOBX, the high beta play, panning out right now. We'll see if that continues. Let's go to the leaderboard of the overall challenge here. Three pedal. I need to refresh. It just automatically refreshes. Did I catch it at a bad point? I apologize. All right, here we go. This is where it really matters. Three pedal. Still 100% point head start, lead, whatever you want to call it. Lead over second place, Jack Me Offer. Jack Me Offer moved up into second place week over week. Izzy moving up 3 spots week over week. Big Harry dropping 2. Salt Life and Mac dropping 1. Baby Bear moving up 2. Luke, I'm Your Fada dropping 1. Luke Kong moving up 1. Different Baits down 2. Igloo break even. Joystick and Snow No Flake also moving up. Chicken Pow Wow dropping 2 spots in the bottom 3 or the bottom 3.
No headline.
There is a race right now on who will absolutely get the doorknob of doom. Which Different Baits, if you're here, do I do this through my phone? Hooking it up? I meant to ask you that last time, but I forgot. Anyway. Doorknob of Doom. 17% move, though, on Pizza Wrangler today, day over day. It vibrates. Oh, yeah, and it lights up. Where have you been, Salt Life? This whole thing, like, anytime so, it's not on right now, so don't spam it, but when you do exclamation point doorknob, it would vibrate and light up. I haven't set it up yet, though. Kind of scared, like Different Baits is going to freaking infect my computer with a virus. Oh, yeah. Well, I have multiple doorknobs. I have this one, which is come with Vaseline. This freaking guy. All right, let's look at the friggin' board here. Day over day up 8%, led by IMUX for Mac3333. Big Harry Dingo, basically break even. Nice move on Bull today. 3 pedal, basically break even across the board. Jack Me Offer, nice wins on MP. Basically break even on the day, though. Salt Life of John, down 4%, led by these two. Liu Kong, basically flat. Izzy, basically flat as well. Would have had a nice win on MU, but taken down on APLD and AMD. 5% move on AMD. Jeez. Luke, I'm Your Fada. Minus 9% on the day. Just kind of base hit losses. Nothing huge. Different Baits. Basically flat. Igloo TV down 9%. These two, Look. RKLD and SMCI,
Jimmy's
not
green,
doing so hot.
baby.
Pizza Wrangler.
Jimmy's green. Everything
AMFN
else
with the juice. Damn, he's almost up 100% on this one alone. What the hell? Okay, Pizza. Snow No Flake. V-Wave. Oh, stop with that stuff.
Another year on the tape. Another candle closed.
No. Okay. Anyway, like I was saying. V-Wave, 8%, still 53% red. It's a tough one. Snow No Flake, or I'm sorry, Baby Bear, 10% on the day, led by Snap. Wow. Very nice. 4% on Bull as well. Joystick Report, Reddit, and Google leading the way. Shizza Supreme getting the getting the power play starting to roll. Chickabawa down 11% on the day. Ouch, led by RDW. Are you staying away from NVIDIA? Listen, NVIDIA, it is in the ETF meta. I'm thinking about buying some calls, not gonna lie. Captain Burrito Pants down 8% on the day, led by RKLX. One last look at the leaderboard. Not much has changed, but we have some challengers arising from the depths. Hockey BS. NVIDIA took 6 months to recover from your last one. It's true. It's true. I completely tanked. The Qs in general. I mean, we bought the Qs and it did the same thing. When was it? Somewhere in here we bought it in November. And then they just, I mean, we tanked the market. So, I mean, I'm starting to get to the point where, yes, I still want to buy, and I think this month is going to be green on the ETF meta. So we'll be able to double the funds and buy something for the viewer funded retirement fund. If you're interested, buy a stock for the viewer funded retirement fund. If it wins 100%, we shower you in glory. But at some point, I really want to hit robotics and early. And I don't think they've run yet, but I think we're really early on robotics too. Like too early. ServiceNow on the VWAP, breaking the low here, not really doing anything. This might be a bounce spot. Kind of robotics. Well, I don't know what's out there, but certainly the medical field. I think that's the most easy. That it seems the most, or not the easy, the most obvious. It's already a thing, but I really think that's going to explode. If we can get something with sex robots, 100%. No, not yet anyway. Mental health, medical, no, surgical. Surgery. I can see as intuitive surgical. Yeah. What's Intuit? What is it? INTC? No, that's Intel. What is it? What's intuitive surgical? That's one that I remember. ISRG. That's it. Yeah. Sex robots will do surgery. Just strap into a table and AI operates on you. Yes or no? Would I do it? Not right now, but in the future, 100%. They're going to be way. What is this DJT move? It's going to be way more precise than anything a human can do. Sexbot will do Tesla dump on CapEx robotics. Honestly, we're being dumb, not helping robots. Only chance to stay on top. First country with 100 self-repairing robots wins it. Continues waiting FDA approval. MDT. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to buy some stuff of that. Something that's close to doing. I mean, just think like, I don't know. I don't know surgery, obviously, so I'm not gonna talk like I know which surgeries they could do, but certainly there are maybe routine surgeries that will be first that a robot can do. And obviously humans will be there. But yeah, that's coming. That's coming. Here, let's look at a little some of you are like, what the hell? Never heard of this. Oh yeah. Surgical robot demonstration. All right, Da Vinci. Okay, this is kind of cool. Watch this shit. This will blow your mind. I think I've seen this one before. So this is precision Da Vinci robot surgery peels a grape skin. I don't know why there's no sound, but there isn't. This was 12 years ago. Was it really? Oh yeah, 12 years ago. Imagine where this is at now. I'll have to find an updated one. Now, I think with this one, I think with Da Vinci, isn't it that guy in the lab? Isn't he actually doing the cutting? Not like this is AI led. Your mom had a knee put him with Da Vinci. Jeez. Yeah, I think this guy with Da Vinci, I think that he's doing this, which is crazy. Yeah, imagine where this will be with freaking AI. It's like, I don't need your freaking human eyes. I'll freaking do this myself. Someone's testicle. It's a freaking grape. Peeling a testicle. Anyway, you get the idea. Let me find a better video, something up to date. Okay, this is a year ago. I don't know if this is going to be gross or not. Hopefully not. I think it's just them talking about it.
The DV5 is the newest technology from Intuitive for surgical procedures.
The Da Vinci 5 is an upgrade from previous robots that we've used, and this is ergonomically better. It makes our job easier, and in return, I think that that's going to provide a better procedure and outcome for patients.
The robot allows us to do minimally invasive surgery, so things that we used to have to do where we make a big incision and someone have to spend a night in the hospital or 2 or 3 nights. Now with this technology, we're able to do it laparoscopically with robotic assistance, so it's less pain, quicker recovery, and they don't have to spend the night in the hospital. This new version offers more comfort because it's able to be situated more easily. There's a console we can move any way we want. It also is more efficient because I can operate and control the robot settings and which way I have the camera and how much insufflation comes into the patient's body to give me an area to operate. I can control that all from inside the console. We also have 4 arms. This allows me to switch between the arms, again, without ever having to leave the console, so it makes it more efficient.
The Da Vinci 5 here at Mary Immaculate is the only Da Vinci 5 in the Hampton Roads area. One of the reasons that I am part of TPMG and also Bon Secours
What's up, our show?
is that we've been able to provide the most updated procedures and equipment for our patients. So we feel very honored and very pleased that we're able to do this.
So this is just robots. This isn't where it's going, though. AI-led robotic surgeries. TCO juicing. See Michael Reeves make his own surgery robot. I don't know who that is. One company right now? Probably none, because the technology isn't there. But I guarantee you they will almost make it so you have to. It'll be cheaper for them. Oh, 100%. It'll almost go to where they will only insure AI robotics. It'll be cheaper for them. Less chance of screwing up. Patient's going to be out of the hospital or out of the surgery place, whatever, quicker. Rehab probably will be better. 100%. It's the same with self-driving cars. Self-driving cars are already better drivers than humans. At some point, when self-driving is feasible for all vehicles in some fashion, insurance companies will be like, we'll give you a, they won't say we only will insure self-driving cars, but they'll say you get a better rate if you have self-driving. 100%. When you take away the human factor, robot leave a set of forceps inside though. Nope, probably not. SRTH did a gallbladder removal. Let's see that one. Let's find it. SRTH gallbladder surgery removal. I don't know if they're going to show it.
What is gallbladder? It's a little pouch.
I can't find it, but this is a little demo here. Seems pretty cool. Surgical robot transfer imitation learning from surgical tasks. It'll pick up and retry behavior. Missed needles are detected and automatically corrected. Chicken thigh, pork loin. So this is a case where the researcher or the person using this is trying to do something, and the robot notices it's screwing up and automatically detects and corrects. That's crazy. Grabs it. That's where it's going. They replace every single thing. Email for article.
VITL Vital Farms
Very close to surgery. Many are hacks. Any of robots gives many more ability. Yep.
BITL being mentioned as a newsletter pick. Victor India Tango Lima.
USDA Palantir signed 300 million software purchase agreement. Really? See that. Controls this device with 2 opposing magnets. Yeah, so anyway, we're seemingly a bit off here as far as robots doing AI surgery if we're still using Da Vinci. Watch this XE 5-minute. But it's coming. Gosh, this thing just drops, man. Imagine a scalpel that floats and the size of a grain of rice. Now that's wild. Is that what you were talking about as far as controlling shit with magnets? Now that's wild. That's wild to think of. And the possibilities? Oh, jeez. Imagine being able to put a, yeah. Oh, wow. Like I had shoulder surgery, right? This is a long time ago now. But in order to fix the labrum, you got to go through all this shit to get to it. Imagine if it was just a grain of rice that was able to get in there, slide in between shit, and then start doing surgery. Oh. That'd be sick. Jeez, I don't know if I want to click this link. I don't know if I want to click this link. I don't even know what it is. I don't know if I want to click it. What is this, Salt Life? You're the 4th person to send me this. General Grievous selling his lightsabers. It's bad, messed me up for weeks. What are you talking about? Oh, I didn't look at it. What is it? I'm clicking it. Clicking it. I'm gonna pause it. Okay. I paused it. Oh, hell no, cheese. I paused it so I could read the title. Hell no, cheese. Not watching it. Hell no. Suck a dick, dude. Good God. Why would you watch that, cheese? I don't even want to say what it is. I'm not watching it. No, I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell every. I'm gonna. Goes on DM saying, "Can I tell the crew what it was?" Sick bastard. I couldn't even show it on stream. Let's put it that way. No, it was in DMs. I got to be respectful. What goes on in DMs stays in DMs. But if he says I could say what it is, then I'll say what it is. Sick bastard. Cartel. Pretty sure it's allowed medical procedure. Oh, okay. Can I say the crew? Tell the crew what it is. Freaking this guy.
Goldman Sachs, BWO, Vanguard Emerging Markets, BZ Verizon, NTRS, Northern Trust. Final trades on CNBC.
Just play it, live a little, ruin me for weeks. Okay, since he says play it, then I'll tell you what it is. He sent me a link. I already got rid of. Oh, I'm getting chills, or not chills, but like my body going into shock here. It was sex reassignment surgery done with a robot, I believe. I didn't obviously start it. He's like, yeah, watch this. I'm like, no. It's animation, but real. Teaching procedure. No, it doesn't matter. I'm still getting in. My body goes into shock easily, especially when it has anything to do with my nuts. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to have to pass on that one. Like when I start like thinking about getting kicked in the nuts, my body goes into shock. No difference between that and E-Trade Pro days for you. Okay. That's fair. This DJT is something, man. I wish we would get more volume. Yeah, not watching it. And there goes XE. We were just talking about it. Down to the lower Bollinger Band on the 5s. Surely it bounces here.
Basically, I think they're probably going to conduct an offering on that one based on the volume.
This one's salt. Pause. Female to male adapters. Get the hell. Oh, okay. It's just plumbing. You sons of bitches. Salt, tell me what. Hey, since I have your attention, first off, thank you so much for getting the Hungry Games Week 3 going while I was out of commission. Salt Life of John is the man. Also, Salt Life of John. If there is something I need to do to get this up and running for us for the like static table that we want to have on stream, just let me know. I think I cleared out all the BS, and these are all, you know, the running totals here. Ideally, we would have like the top 5 or 10 that are closest to hitting, and then the bottom 5 that are close to purging, which it looks like I gotta get rid of. Voog? What? I gotta check these out. Check this out. But anyway, just let me know. How do I want it to look? Just 2 columns. One with the top 5 that are about to hit, and then the bottom 5 right next to each other. Stock ticker percent, and the person. That's it. Something simple. And also, I don't know how you do it because you're the wizard, but I guess we'd have to be on a separate tab, because if you did it based off of this tab, I move the columns all the time, whether it's like alphabetical sorting or P&L sorting. So anyway, where am I going to put it? Probably right above the viewer tag logo. Probably a good spot for it. There's that bounce on XE. God, will I freaking take some of my trade ideas? Oh man, thank you, Salt Life. ROLR, dying. Jeez. EDS8, chooching for no reason.
Members, posted in the news desk is a link to the
Speaking
White
of
House,
robotics, I don't know what Serve Robotics does.
Secretary
It's trying to
briefing
move.
members of the media.
ASTS still chooching. Serve as delivery. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. I don't really understand, honestly, why it's not there yet. Like, it seems like a no-brainer for Amazon to have drone delivery. I assume that's what Serve does. Maybe they actually have the little sidewalk guys. I don't know. But drone delivery, 100% going to happen. Why it hasn't happened already, don't know. Maybe because they're too loud? I don't know. Seems like a no-brainer. You son of a bitch, Chase.
UBXG pricing their $4.5 million registered direct offering.
I'm not watching that, you asshole.
Priced at 30 cents per unit. That's UBXG.
Liability should be how many years ago? Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the way I would do it if I was Amazon, I would give everyone some sort of mat that was super simple to put out in their backyard. Some kind of mat that could be a mat with a QR code that the freaking drone takes a picture of. That's staked down to the ground, whatever. And the drone can read it and say, oh, yep, that matches up where I'm supposed to go. Drop right there on the mat. It's clear visually. Bada bing, bada boom. You're not going to get any theft. I mean, a mat, and Amazon would pay for this mat for every single person because you know why? The theft would drop billions overnight. They would save so much money. Just don't know why it hasn't happened yet. someone jumps on the map. Well, I mean, it's got a camera on the drone. Obviously, they can detect people coming nearby or not. And by signing up for the mat, you sign a waiver. Whatever. It's easy. Come on. AESI. What are you doing? Sitting right place in this. Maybe, but it's no different right now than freaking people stealing it off of front porches. They follow the trucks already. Be a lot harder to keep up with the drone that doesn't have to go by roads. But yeah, if they can get drones quieter, maybe a wing structured drone that can also hover. You wouldn't hear it flying until it started to hover. I don't see them really anywhere. It's cheaper to fly hundreds of drones to a collect station instead of having a guy delivering a single truck. Oh, dude, that is going to be way cheaper. And it wouldn't be a collect station. Think of it like this. You have drones in a truck. And he just sets up somewhere in a neighborhood, drives to one spot in the neighborhood. He's loading up the drones inside the truck, releases them. They go out. They all come back to him. He moves to another spot. Think of it that way. Rather than him going door to door, he's got a fleet of drones on his truck. I just take pictures of my favorite QR codes, great copies, and have my back. Well, it wouldn't work that way. Obviously, the map, the drone would know the address and where the house is supposed to be. Sky Africa, that's been delivering meds to remote clicks for years. It's a game changer. I've seen that video. Africa. This applies in Africa. There it is. Boom.
Since we started operating our first system in Rwanda more than a year ago now,
Zip line.
we've been designing our next generation system from the ground up, incorporating all that experience of that first operation. And so we've redesigned pretty much everything about the plane and our ground systems to support scale.
This is way cheaper, just delivering one package, right? Than someone driving it there and driving it back. Way cheaper.
Operations. So instead of being able to do 50 flights a day, we
Just, not just saying because it's in Africa, but I mean in general.
We pull the blood or the medical product for that order, put it in a package, put that package into a zip.
First off, you're not paying for a person.
The aircraft weighs 20 kilograms, about 45 pounds.
Copy, spinning motors and launching ziplane 130.
Pretty cool how it launches. And it's not been like 5 years since I've seen this video.
It has about a 10-foot wingspan, 3 meters, and it can carry about 3 pounds, 1.75 kilograms. The plane is measuring actively the wind speed and the direction. And so if the wind's blowing in a particular direction, it's going to compensate and drop that package so it lands on the ground right where you want it. We can hit an area about the size of 2 parking spots. It looks like kind of like a cake box with a paper parachute on top. A fixed-wing aircraft can fly dramatically farther than something like a quadcopter. And that's really important for what we do. It can fly faster, it can fly through heavier weather, and the approaches to things like safety are also much easier. On our aircraft, for example, we have multiple motors, right? The plane, if either one of those stops working, the plane flies just fine. We're in Rwanda today, and we're expanding to cover the other half of Rwanda as we speak, and next is Tanzania. From there, we are really focused on solving this problem, access to medical products at a global scale. There's access to medical product problems in the US and in the developing world, and we really want to solve all of those problems everywhere.
Pretty cool tech. Okay. How much weight can they handle? I think it said it could, that particular model could carry 3 pounds. NVIDIA. Jeez, why didn't someone say it was all-time highs? This was the retest of all-time high. Sent calls. Son of a bitch. When SJ went. Well, I sold it at 113, then it went to in the 80s, right? I don't know.
So watching marijuana-related issues specific to companies. Tilray, ticker ACB, DEA will accept applications for medical marijuana businesses that want federal rescheduling protections this week. That coming from Marijuana Moment. Shares of cannabis stocks seen a bump in activity on this.
There's some marijuana news here. DEA will accept rescheduling applications this week. Is that what he said? DEA will start accepting applications from medical marijuana businesses that want federal rescheduling projections this week. Tilray went to 9? Damn. All right, XE after that big wick 5-minute. Looking like it wants to break something here. USO. Oof, it's got to be news, huh? Middle East bombing. That's a real strong move, yeah. Bombing as in like terrorist bombing or like bombs out of a plane bombing? What kind of bombing here? I was just curious what happened. Oh, you're saying you don't know. At the UN, the U.S. calls for a coalition of maritime freedom of Hormuz. Wonder if that's the headline that did it. All right. No news. TCO juicing again. EDSA dumpity dump dump.
Benzinga Pro Squawk has disconnected.
Awesome. It's UN request from USA. My internet's being weird today. Still watching this kind of price compression going on here on XE. After this big dump, you got to think maybe a pop is next. Now that it's regained these levels. Very volatile stock, though. It's a tough one. It's kind of here. Levitt's talking. Markets have already rebounded from that drop. Here we go again. Thank you, West Fresh. It's not been. Oh, market's big move. Humongous move. What the hell is that? We got to get some headline here. Levitt? What's she saying? I got to turn her on now.
considering it, I would just say that there was a discussion this morning that I don't want to get ahead of, and you'll hear directly from the...
Given that the nuclear program has been a red line for this administration, would the president agree to that kind of phase
I rewound it.
Well, only because it's
Commentary out of the White House says Iran's proposal is being discussed.
Okay, is that really news? Of course it's being discussed.
grave acts of political violence to change our American way of life. And I think it's a very brave thing for him to say. It'd be very easy for him to just hunker down here at the White House where he knows he's safe, but the president wants to be out across the country. He wants to go across the country to meet with Americans. He wants to celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation's anniversary this summer. As you know, we're gearing up for a big UFC fight.
Levin also says, I would not say that the U.S. is considering Iran's proposal.
Senator Tillis is now dropping his objection to allowing Kevin Warsh to be confirmed because the DOJ has closed their investigation. Is the president satisfied that a Inspector General report to the Federal Reserve is enough to look into these renovations?
The president understands that
Just
the Inspector General has greater tools at their disposal, perhaps even more powerful than a grand jury, to continue investigating the financial mismanagement of the Fed building, which is a priority for the president. Look, he's a builder himself. When he sees something has a lot of cost overruns, is taking too long, and in this case ripping off the American taxpayer, he wants to get to the bottom of it. I understand Senator Tillis put out a statement saying he'll support Kevin Warsh's confirmation. That has been our position all along from day one. He is more than qualified for the job, and we look forward to working with the Senate on his swift confirmation process. Megan.
As a follow-up on Warsh, will the president be satisfied
Levitt's leaving Friday.
General finishes that
How many months along is she?
evidence of wrongdoing?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I'll let the president speak on it when we see the results. It's obviously far too early to say.
Relatedly, as a follow-up, now that it looks like Warsh will be confirmed by the end of Jay Powell's
Past
term,
Friday?
is he still considering firing Jay Powell if he stays on as a governor after that?
I haven't talked to him about it specifically, but I think the president will be satisfied once Kevin Warsh is confirmed as the Fed chair, which he should be. Karen.
On Iran, the president had said last week that the U.S. has started the process of clearing the Strait of Hormuz of mines. Do you have an update on how many have been removed and an estimate of how long that process could take?
I don't, but I would defer you to the Pentagon on that. We'll make sure they get you an answer, Karen.
Ongoing process, though. It's still actually happening right now.
Again, I would defer you to the Pentagon on anything with respect to clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Trump is going to do what? What are we talking about?
I know that you said that the White House is reviewing the security protocols for things that could be done differently in the future. Have you identified anything so far that you would like to see done differently, or ask the Secret Service to make any changes in the security protocols for the president, particularly at
Oh, Trump is going to talk every day? Not a chance.
Not yet, no.
Might not even be around.
There will be a meeting here at the White House in the earlier half of this week, so those conversations will take place.
And on the line of succession.
And I would also just add, look, the
When's she
Secret Service
due?
does not detail their procedures or operations to the public for obvious reasons, because you have crazy people who try to hijack them and get around them. So these conversations will take place in private.
Any minute. She's 9 months pregnant?
To protect the president, they will be made.
Well, you can't even freaking tell.
Doing like it does, for instance, with a joint address to Congress for these large events, and designating someone as the designated
Due in May 2026.
Well, those conversations ahead of the Waka dinner did take place, but there were several members of the cabinet in the line of succession who did not attend for various personal reasons. So designating one survivor was not necessary, as we had several members who were not there already.
Carolina, people forced to dive under tables and fearing for their lives on Saturday night, including many of the people in this room, myself included. What is the president's message to those people who experienced that terrible trauma and maybe are still fearful today?
I think he would say, as he sort of did on Saturday night, coming in here in his tuxedo, we can't allow these crazy people to let us be afraid. We have to keep moving forward, showing up, doing our job, celebrating our country, and doing what we know is right. But certainly we'd like to see the rhetoric against this president and his supporters toned down, because it is inspiring these crazy people across the country to target not just the president, but those who work for him and those who support him. And it must end.
Is he following the arraignment of the suspect today?
Yes, he is, and I know you all want to follow that too. It's happening in a few minutes.
I thought it would have been pretty gangster if Trump could have pulled that dude that tried to run in and do some damage, pulled him up on stage, and be like, "This is the guy that tried to kill some of us tonight." Piece of shit. That would have been pretty gangster.
Thank you, guys.
That would have been pretty freaking gangster. You were fast, but not fast enough. We have the best security. Something like that. I thought that would have been pretty gangster. It was staged. Oh my god. All right, XE is breaking this diagonal here. Dude, speaking of Trump, he just put out a tweet on Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, who is in no way funny, as attested to by his terrible television ratings, made a statement on his show that is really shocking. He showed a fake video of the First Lady Melania and our son Barron, like they were actually sitting in his studio listening to him speak, which they weren't and never would be. He then stated, "Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow. You have a glow. I gotta watch this clip. You have a glow like an expectant widow." A day later, lunatic tried to. Oh, I see what he's trying to get at. Lunatic tried to enter the ballroom of the White House Correspondents' Center, loaded up with a shotgun, handgun, and many knives. He was there for a very obvious and sinister reason. I appreciate that so many people were incensed by Kimmel's despicable call to violence, and normally would not be responsive to anything he said, but this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Disney volume drop. CRML starting to juice. Look at that daily W on CRML. This is the retest. I was too busy paying attention to the freaking tweets. AMD, yeah, with the juice. Not as much as Intel, though. Do I think AMD will gap down? That would probably have to do more with the overall market than AMD in general. Kind of. Just semis in general, probably. You can even get more specific on that. You had AAOI at $1.50 years ago? Oh, that one's gonna haunt you, huh? The one that haunts me is AMD. I had it. It was either 80 cents or $1.80. I can't remember exactly. Doesn't matter. I had like 10,000 shares of it. That's the one that haunts me. And I sold because I thought I was going to get a better cost basis. I swore to myself, I'm just going to buy this and just not look at it for like 10 years. Yep. It's roughly like $10,000 worth or so. Can't remember exactly, but I do know it was 10,000 shares. It's when the Saudi money came into the company. I was like, well, that's it. Problem solved. This ASTS is chooching well. Look at that. What is this, Luke? What video is this?
Every cup that you're looking at is $10 million. And this small stack over here to start with, this is a representation of a full century of U.S. presidents' personal wealth growth while they were in office. We're talking Coolidge, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Reagan, Bush, Biden, all of them except one. 4 cups, roughly $40 million in total, and that's what all the modern presidents combined.
Well, this is a dumb comparison. I mean, inflation adjusted.
Gained while serving over an entire century. Total, not per president. Now shift your eyes to this monstrosity. 1 year, 1 president, same cups, same scale. 1 century versus 1 year. Not opinion, it's visual math, and your eyes are doing it in real time. So take a good look. All of the presidents, including successful business owners, over here, 100 years versus less than a 1-year period of wealth accumulation for one
So
president.
he's saying this is all presidents?
Donating a salary is just a headline. It doesn't offset the billions quietly being accumulated elsewhere. If you're telling yourself it's because he's a good businessman, then ask one question. If nearly 50 years in business didn't produce anything close to this, but 1 year in public office did, that's not skill, that's corruption. Nothing you can say can explain this. And if you're at the point where you say, I don't care, I'm not changing, then you own it. And this is what it looks like.
So
to
what is he, a
sell
good
out
businessman or
America
not?
And call yourself a patriot. I hope you learned something. I'm always rooting for you.
What did he say?
This is a
Oh,
representation.
give us a chart at the end. Let's cut off. Oh, net worth to start. Okay, this is irrelevant. Where's Trump's? Should have done percents is what he should have done. He should have done percents. How can I not see corruption? Oh, there's 100% of corruption. To say one is more corrupt than the others, you're just putting a brother. Where do you think I stand? Oh, that's crazy. 100%. They all led about 100%, brother. And you're not going to get any kind of regulation on these freaking prediction markets because it's currently not illegal. It's like the great loophole. Unless they want to get theirs, and then they freaking and they, I mean whoever's in charge of regulating this, they get their cake and then they shut it down for everybody. That's totally a power move. Some states saying, yep, states could do it. A prediction tax. Hey, there you go.
PAPL, Pineapple Financial, more highs now $1.53, up 66%. Papa Alpha, Papa Lima.
Stock trader. Yeah, it's really sad to see Pelosi go. She was something. The interesting one that I'm paying attention to is all those congressmen buying up Microsoft right now. Started this move here. What do they know? What's going to come out in the next year that we don't know about? Much lower can Adobe go? Dude, infinitely. Software. Like AI is going to allow people to catch up to, well, in general, it's just like you can already say something and create a short video just from talking. Something that would take somebody that knows how to use Adobe Premiere and whatever, all the ins and outs of the Premiere, months to do, you can do in 10 seconds. It's crazy. And it's just going to get better. They still have good product, even in the AI space, but they've got competition now like never before in their history. A hub, maybe that's what they become. I don't know. They might have to pivot. As we're talking about it, someone just freaking 50,000 share market order. Duolingo. Well, yeah, I called that one. This one said that 2026 their market cap would get cut in half, and it's been cut in basically 75%, maybe even more. Just about half. Nvidia's juicing. Is that 215?
Nvidia popping to new highs now, all-time high, 215.50 now on Nvidia, up about 3.25% today. Nvidia.
Listen, Cheese, your taint's gonna be extremely bruised when I'm done with you. XE trying to go. Clash, I don't.
HMR, Heidmar gets NASDAQ notice for falling below $1 minimum bid price requirement. Hotel Michael Romeo. Actually, that was from last week, HMR.
All right, let's see what this looks like. Salt. Oh, looks sick. I need to say probably across the top here, like 100% club leaderboard. How's that visibility wise? Is that readable? Fresh? Well, damn it. Okay. Shit. Okay. Salt Life doing this on the fly. So fast. Too small. All right. All right. All right. I don't want to make it. Let's see here. Salt. Is there a way to make it vertically? So like the top 5 here and then the bottom 5 below it. So I would make it vertically. So it'd be like in this space. That'll allow me to make it a little bit bigger. Makes sense. This is the 100% club leaderboard. That's what we're working on here. I can do 2 elements. Yeah, that's true. I can do it on my end if it's too hard to do it on your end. I could totally do it. It would be easier so I could have a nice little leaderboard. Just do top 5 first. Roger that. That's all people care about anyway, really. How's that look? Size-wise. Oops. Could put it up here. This just makes more sense, though. Readable-ish. It should be readable. I mean, it's almost the same size as chat on screen. I like it. Good job. Good job, Salt Life. How the hell you do this stuff? I don't know, man. Freaking wizard over there. Ooh, cycle them? That would be hot. Damn it. Fade in and out. So anyway, we got DePope, Talk Jock, both with the Kodak buys. Those were last year buys. That might be paying off soon. Weather Balloon with the DNN somehow didn't hit the other day. Anal with Lukong and Ruben with Lukong. Nvidia. Golly, that's looking juicy too, isn't it? So you got that 215.20 level on Nvidia here. Seller at 35 is basically gone by a day. Huh? I think I dropped this. Do need to move it. No. No poop. What are we talking about? Jeez. That I'm trading shares of Nvidia? Is that what you're happy about? Switchers, let's go, bud. 63 months.
Bomb, 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 Iran, bomb, 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 Iran, bomb, Iran.
It's supposed to be the Barbaran song.
Bomb, 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 Iran. Let's take a stand. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Our country's got a feelin' really hit the ceiling. Bomb, Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Went to a mosque. Gonna throw some rocks, tell the Ayatollah. Gonna put you in a box.
Switchers, my man. Hope you're doing well. Switchers has always got a new check every time he subs. So he's been subbing for 63 months, and that's been 63 chicks he's been through. Never met a real Casanova in my life, but he's the closest thing to it. A reminder, the ETF Beta Fantasy Pick'ems tournament comes to an end next month. The month of May will be the last month. We will declare a winner, and we will be signing up for the Season 2, which will start in July 1st or July 1st week-ish, somewhere in there. Start date isn't set yet. Been batting around ideas with Salt Life of John. I really would like to make it a more of a fantasy feel, as in head-to-head competition this time around. Very similar to the Hunger Games, how we did the brackets and everything like that. If we can somehow automate it a little bit better to where there's not as much manual entering, for like, say we had the battle go for 2 weeks or even a week, that's a lot of input, especially if you have 20 people, right? There's 20 stock tickers you got to look up. It's 20 entries you have to come up with every week. If we can somehow figure out how to automate that a little bit easier, then I'd really like to do a heads up format. Oh yeah, Luke, we'll have it all. We'll have the rules laid out before you sign up, 100%. In fact, I won't even open signups until that's done. Yeah, I'm not going to make people sign up and they don't know what they're signing up for. Yeah, you'll know the rules and what you're signing up for. But I would really like to do a heads up. There's been a lot of good shit talking going on just in our little mini month-long Hunger Games here. That's been a lot of fun. And also in our fantasy hockey, I mean, there's shit talking every week in there because it's heads up. I mean, going against somebody, you got to shit talk them, right? So really like to figure that out on how to do that. I'm sure Salt Life has got ways to do it. We'll have 2 conferences and a playoff format at the end. That's the idea. Now, how do we do that? I don't know. Going to the Bahamas? Let's go, bud. Send pics. XE, 5 minutes, still looking juicy. Yep, we're green, Wolvie. Haven't taken many trades, but we're up $200. GME. Going for it. I wish GME would get some real volume, man. Did we just buy the bottom on these freaking space stocks? They're all juicing right now. KLB, high day. Don't worry about this. We're working on the sizes and everything. It's a work in progress. So life is a freaking magician. I tell you what, I just got to pat myself on the back real quick. The swing plays I'm putting in Discord, by the way, if you're not in Discord, like, what are you doing? My swing plays have been fire. I'm just going to say that right now. Let's see. In-channel swing from... how do I do this? Job. All right. Okay. Just gonna look at my own. I'm just gonna pat myself on the back here. All right. Obviously, the ASTS one we talked about live, which is already paying off, by the way. This is the Robin Hood and Bull Call from the changes. I just screenshot this at the time we were talking about it. I'm like, I should probably put this in the swings spot. Yeah, Bull is currently at 722. What is Hood at? Hood's at 84. But Hood ran to 94. Okay, just pound my back there. Let's see what this one was. CRWD. Let's look at this one. CRWD. What did I say on this one? I said at the daily lower Bollinger Band last 3 times, it got a bounce there. This was on the 10th. This is when I called it. What did it do? Juice. Pat myself on the back. Then we're talking about the weekly crosses, blah, blah, blah. LNG hourly, this, that played out. Oh, this one was good. This was a daily breakout of GME, which did pop. Stock is this one. This was the Qs. Big move coming. Squeeze indicator was there. What day was this? 3-5. Let's look at that one. Have I missed yet? Yeah, we got a big move down. So big move coming. This one was mRNA daily. What did that do? mRNA. It's right through here, right? Yeah, that was this stuff. It popped, but it didn't really continue. This is on February 4th. Posted this about the Qs and the 100-day moving average. Bounce, 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 bounce. What did it do then? It was February. Was it this one? Why doesn't it show me the date? Oh, there it is. No, it broke through this time. So this one I was off. This one it broke through and retested as resistance. Okay, go figure. I was wrong about this one. Yeah. Banger calls, baby. Are you doing a swing? Are you doing the swing or just calling out? On almost all those, I think let's see. The Qs, I did go long there. That's why I crashed the market. I think I remember that. I don't remember doing mRNA or not. Most of these I do call out. I will, if I have funds, I'll take the trade. If I don't have funds available, I'll still put the trade idea in there. GME I did take. I remember taking that with calls. LNG I did take. CRWD I did take. I sold way early though. Like I scalped it. It wasn't much at all. The hood, or the most recent one that I posted about was hood and bull, and I am long bull. I have bull in my swing trading account. I got 2,000 shares. Cost basis of 565. And then today's ASTS, I have 100 shares at 75.72. Currently up almost $200 on that one, 2%, 27% on the bull play. It is freaking juice, dude. I would like to say that whatever update E-Trade did, it hasn't signed me out today. So maybe they've learned that signing people out just without any kind of heads up, maybe while they were in a trade, that's probably a bad idea. You can tell that people that don't trade are making their platform. Clearly. I take any pictures of the crawfish you had. I don't know if I took any, honestly. I don't think I did. I didn't cook them, so I really didn't take any pictures. Speaking of, I need to do a crawfish boil in my house after having those pathetic crawfish in Louisiana. Yeah, it's 212. I was looking at the 215s. I should have taken them. It looked pretty obvious NVIDIA was going to break out. It's been lagging this AI move or this chip move. Like, kind of HTCOs in the 40s. What the hell? It's a real interesting call volume on it now. NVIDIA. Pretty crazy market cap. I don't know. I mean, they literally just said they're gonna have $1 trillion in revenue. It's either people don't believe them or like people think it's not enough. I don't know. It's wild either way. So see how there's like a huge gap between the ticker and the P&L. If I shrink, so that's a 500 pixel width. If I go like 350, there's still a big gap between the ticker and the P&L, but it cuts off the username because there's this gap. Is there any way to change that? To shrink the between the ticker and the P&L percent so that the user column doesn't get cut off when I shrink it? Yeah, the padding, whatever you call it. You freaking wizard over there. Just let me know when to refresh. So life, of course, this way. He's a freaking genius when it comes. I don't know how he does this stuff. Like who works with Google Sheets this much to know how to do this crap? PAPL. The daily was nice. Kind of lack of volume right now. It's these random spikes. I don't know. If it gets over 141, I'm interested for sure. Yeah, Zach, we're up $200. Nothing to write home about. Just taking it real slow, trying to work my way back into it. Might wake up early tomorrow and get on. Warren Scarelli. What about him? Oh, Scarelli works on Excel sheets? Yeah, he does. He's a freaking wizard, too. EDSA juicing again. Better than down 200. Yeah, for sure. This one's a wild one. Captain Brina, let's go 45 months, bud.
45 months of doorknobs and lube.
It's been a good time, hasn't it? Hunger Game goes to Thursday. End of day Thursday, 4 p.m. Thursday. Closing price Thursday. End of the month. Big Harry and Luke and Captain Burrito, for those that are in the ETF Meta Fantasy Pick'ems competition, does that interest you of having a season 2 where it's head to head like Hunger Games every week? We can figure out how to do it. I still want to make it somewhat passive, so it's not active trading, because it just allows more people to play. You're not even in it, Zach. Don't care what you say. Oh, no, you would still... Okay, so about a draft. It would be very hard to do a draft with 20 people in this group. It would be damn near impossible. The idea would be you would still pick 10 tickers, say it was 10. And from that pool of tickers you had, every week or every matchup, I should say, you can pull one of your 10 or whatever. So that's it. You don't get to pick any stock. It's just from your pool. And if you're going against somebody that has, say, both of you have GME, you can't use GME that week. If you do a draft with 30, no, I'm just saying it'd be impossible with 20 people. 32 NFL teams, yeah, where everybody, it's their full-time job and they get paid millions of dollars to do it. Yeah, okay. You want to cough up billions of dollars so these people can pick their fantasy stock picks? No problem. We'll do it then. But I'm just saying, we're talking different countries, different time zones. Like, it'd be damn near impossible. Who use GME? This is the shit talking I like to hear right there, Chico Bow Wow. See, right now, what I fear would happen, and it's fine that it's happening now because we're later in the season and we're getting three pedals kind of pulling away, but it's like there's no kind of drama with that anymore. Unless someone just comes out of the blue. They still can catch him, right? I'm just saying. Like, say he was up 1,000% over, and it's like, well, it's untouchable. There's no point in playing anymore. Whereas every week, if you're in a head-to-head competitions, there's that every week drama, and you're in it every week. You only start to really kind of maybe care less if you are just like any other fantasy sports competition you play, where if you get knocked out of playoff contention and you're not in the playoff race anymore to make the playoffs, then you don't care. That would be the only thing. But we would probably make it where everybody makes playoffs, but the regular season would just be for seeding. I can beat Chico without. Add more trades, different baits. It's cumbersome. And maybe we do the same thing, just more trades. Maybe that's what, you know. But I'd like to do something different. I think it would be more fun if we can make it more heads up competition, like the Hunger Games every week. Am I buying a syndicate? No, way out of my price range. I mean, in the ETF META viewer funded retirement fund, we have MU, so I'm not like out of it, so to speak. Like we have, that's a leading gainer in this thing, as we got MU. We got one share of AMD. Plug Power's in here at 52. Jeez, Kodak. So yeah, the other stuff. Oh yeah, here it is. There's Voog. It's the Voog growth. Yeah, Voo here. Got 4% on that one. QQUP. 4% on that. SCHG, 5 shares of that. Finally break even. KRK enough. I would really like that. So we're there. DRAM. Let's take a look. Was this a memory ETF? Great name. How is that available? Refresh. Roger that. Okay. Still cuts off that freaking username for some reason on the padding. It's got all this space there between P&L and the user, and it just decides to cut it off. Back to the drawing board there, Salt. I'd have to take your allowance away. Just tweaking the number of trades to solve the problem. Oh, there's no problem. That was the rule set, and I'm very happy with the rule set. Everybody knew the rules, so you had to pick the strategy to meet the rules. I have no problem with that. I think everybody, besides the people winning, would want more trades, but it also makes it a lot harder to keep track of. Like that's DMs I got to keep track of. It means I have to go back, find the average price of the high or low, the ticker of the exact time. I mean, it's just a lot more work, which I'm not against, but I'm just saying it is time. There was a reason why we just still have stock in there. Probably not. There are some that I just have missed out of the purges. She has one. I don't think it actually is in there. I think I just forgot to take it. I think it got purged. I just think I didn't do it in the spreadsheet. Kaba? Do we actually have that on the spreadsheet? Oh, yeah. She's up 7% on it. Jesse's World. There it is right there. And Nene also has it. Now, it's on the spreadsheet. Do we actually have it in the ETF? Let me look here. Like, does it exist? Which I don't think it does. It does exist. All right. FRMI. Yeah, I think it's got potential, but I don't know when. That's the problem. Jesse's World exists. It's trying to get over that 34. A or a B coming back up. XE trying to get over the 34 and maybe move. I don't know. Need a pullback before I can get in this, I think. Dragon Slayer, I'm always alive, brother. Jesse's World. Yes, he's where. Let's watch this. Let's watch this.
That has been asked for every single question. It's bizarre.
I think
I don't know what's happened there because he literally he's like, all right, so the question was, I'm like, huh, that's weird. And then he just did it the entire call.
So it used to be that there was like actually an audience. And so people would ask in the audience and they were on stage.
Oh, that makes sense.
That was how it used to be. And
but you heard the call. Like I heard the question. And
Yeah,
then they just, I don't know, but that's
it's
a
just
plausible explanation.
Maybe it's a cultural,
Yeah.
you know, thing.
I thought it was odd that their deck looks
She's
like it was
easy on
made
the
in
eyes.
90s, like their investment deck. What is that?
Well, I mean, it's only like $1 trillion company, so you got to give them some time.
But it looks like it was made on MS-DOS. Like
Really?
honestly, like I pulled one chart, but it just looks like it hasn't been updated since 1984.
How do you listen to conference calls? Do you dial in, or have you discovered Quarter yet?
Yeah, I have Quarter, but we use something called Era.
Ah, okay. What's
and
that?
so it's similar to Quarter. You
Okay.
basically go through and you just click through into a call. It makes it really easy.
So we're investors in Quarter, but also like power users.
This
I'm obsessed
this is
with it.
titled "Why Bubble
I don't know
Talk is
how I
Totally
ever
Wrong."
used to, because I like seeing the words get illuminated as they're being spoken.
Yeah.
So you're reading it and hearing it at the same time, and I feel like it sinks in better.
So it's interesting. I talked to one of your sales guys.
Yeah.
From Quarter.
Okay.
And told him that I forget exactly what the pricing was, but Era was giving us better pricing.
Okay. I know some people there, so
Yeah.
Well,
I think they actually use Quarter on the back end.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, white labeling it. Okay. All right. How many
Am I
calls?
supposed to be putting these
please.
on?
Yes. How many calls are you listening to each quarter? Like, do you have like people listening for you on some, or do you get to everything yourself?
No, we have a team.
Okay.
Right. And yeah, so we have a team that listens to everything, and then selectively will, I'll go through and listen to certain calls.
Okay. What are the ones that you personally won't miss?
Oh, I mean, definitively the hyperscalers.
Yeah.
A TSM. I did miss TSM today because I had just a personal appointment.
Don't worry, the AI story is intact. That's what they said.
Great. I read your notes. Yeah, so I don't know. It depends on which quarter it is. I'll try to listen to like Walmart or Costco to understand what's happening on that side of the consumer, an industrial company, a healthcare company. So just a smattering, because there's no way that as a portfolio manager is we're going to be able to get through the entire portfolio.
It's too many. It's like, and they're all together, and it's like a fire hose.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great service. There's a Substack called The Transcript that I subscribe to,
Be
where
afraid
they
you should
pull
not.
from like the most important quotes from all different companies. And of course, you can't listen to all. So that's
Trend International
That's
shares have
like I don't
resumed
obviously I
trading.
don't listen to
They're doing that with AI.
I don't know, man. This guy listens to a lot of calls, but yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, alternatively, you can just go into Perplexity and I'll give them the lineup for the day
But no, Quarter can do that. They can all do it. Like, give me the best quotes. What to say about this? It's great.
All right, this is gonna be fun. So this is your first, my understanding, your first podcast. Yes.
No.
It's my no.
He says
My second.
What was? We just do Joe Rogan last week or something. What was your?
I don't know what was it, Scott.
What else?
Yoda can't see.
Oh, Morningstar.
All right, fine. But we're gonna pretend this is your first one. I'm sure it was great. Shout out to
first one
Morningstar.
here.
I'm sure it was terrific. All right. This is gonna be a lot of fun,
for that.
and I'm so appreciative of you coming and doing this.
Are you okay?
Yeah, these are kind of uncomfortable.
I think you have them on backwards.
Oh, I do. Why didn't you tell me that before I told you?
I just noticed now. So this should be on the your left side.
Is that better?
We got
Yeah,
it now.
that's better.
All right.
Okay.
my hair
All right.
okay?
You look great.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Daniel, I blame you. I feel like you're not on top of these things. So, all right, guys, how are we looking? Our guest has 9 more conference calls to listen to today.
I don't even know what that means.
All right,
I don't know who she is.
that's our theme song.
Oh.
So usually the guest will deliver a freestyle rap over this. Do you have something prepared?
No, I do not.
No. All right. We'll do
I
it
do
next.
not
We'll do
have
it
that
next time.
talent. Sorry.
Episode 238.
Oh, portfolio manager. I thought there was some kind of like slang for like, is she
Income
single?
has its advantages. Invesco's Income Advantage ETFs are designed to provide consistent monthly income and maintain growth potential, all with less volatility and downside risk mitigation. Access some of the world's best-known stock indexes. Visiting 138th edition. It really is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 238th edition of the Compound and Friends, your favorite investing podcast. Arguably, and many would say the best podcast in all of investing. We appreciate you guys listening each week. We are doing, John, we're doing record numbers this year. Record numbers. All right. Our guest today has never, ever before been on a podcast. I have it on high authority. She is Dr. Anchor Crawford, the Executive Vice President and Portfolio Manager of the Alger Capital Appreciation, Alger Focus Equity, and Alger Spectra Large Cap Growth Equity Funds. And more, one more, the Alger Concentrated Equity ETF. I just counted 4. You doing 4?
Yeah.
Okay, that's amazing. Congratulations. The ticker on that last one is CNEQ. And that was launched in 2024. Anchor holds several patents and was awarded a fellowship by the National Academy of Sciences. She came to Wall Street 22 years ago and trained at Alger as a
Starboard is set to build a stake in FlowSurf and push for change. Is that on the Bloomberg Wire? FLS Foxtrot Lima Sandy.
semiconductor analyst before becoming head of the technology team and began her career as a portfolio manager in 2012. In high school, she was... No, I'm just kidding. All right, well, welcome to the show, Anchor. You excited?
Yeah,
you fired
I'm
up for this?
excited. I totally am.
All right, so we're going to have some fun. We're going to talk big picture.
It's pronounced Encore. We're told.
It is pronounced Encore. Like do it
Encore?
again. Yeah.
All right, I apologize. Let's do
No
it that
worries.
way instead. Are you sure, though? Because I like the way that I did it. All right, Encore. I want to start with like the big picture stuff that everyone is talking about today, but then we're gonna go much more in depth on semiconductors and your like sort of your expertise. Michael and I have so many questions that we want to ask you, and some of them will be like a Wall Street person trying to understand the chip business better, but some of them might even be insightful questions. And I'm certain by the end of this recording, all of our audience will be much more knowledgeable about that area of the market. Sounds good?
Yeah, I hope I can answer all your questions.
Okay, question 1. What is the fastest land mammal? No, I'm just kidding.
A cheetah.
All right, can we talk
Watching
about
this
your approach to
34 on this
investing, just
XE
generally
might be
speaking?
good. I
How
don't
do
know.
you manage your funds, and how do you think about your role as a portfolio manager?
Yeah, I mean, look, Alger is a growth manager. We've been a growth manager since the 60s. The idea of growth was really incepted by Fred Alger. And
Is that right?
Yeah, like he was one of the first growth managers, I think, ever. And so when he incepted what growth is, it really came in 2 different forms. Like the essence of it was, where is the change? Because oftentimes where there's change, there's unrecognized opportunity. And if you can recognize that change before the market, then you make a lot of money.
Right.
So, that is the core of what we look for, is an incredible amount of change, or just change in general. And that comes in 2 buckets. One, what we call high unit volume growth, which is a typical growth company that is having high revenue growth and they're, disrupting the market in some way. Typical, they may or may not have a lot of cash flow right now, but they're growing into it.
This is what will attract your attention to a stock.
Right. So
Okay.
high top line growth. And the other side of the equation makes us a little bit different in our philosophy relative to most growth managers because it's what we call life cycle change. And these are companies that have already been through their growth initiative. They've probably saturated out their markets, and then they have to figure out who they are, right? They've grown up and they're like, do I have more growth left in me, or what do I do from here?
There are some great examples of that.
Great
Isn't
examples
Apple
of
an
that.
example of that?
Apple's an example
Oh,
of that.
right through the
Microsoft
freaking,
is
I
an
get
example of
filled.
that. Western Dig right now is an example of that.
Ah,
The
Western
IPPs,
Dig.
the IPPs are.
How does that not get filled?
NVIDIA is an example of that. That's right.
Right. Okay.
So it's as these companies try and reinvent themselves. Danaher was an example of this, right? So it's almost as if, they have to figure out how they're going to grow again or not grow. Right.
Okay.
But we're looking for the ones who are inflecting positively on growth. And what's interesting about that leg of the philosophy is that oftentimes those are incredibly low multiple stocks. And people will say, why are you buying value? And what I say in response is, no, this isn't value. This is unrecognized growth.
Okay. I like that. The pitfall there, a lot of companies try to reinvent themselves and can't.
That's right. And so part of that thesis is, what kind of management team do you have? And are they capable of actually turning around the ship? I mean, so think about Microsoft. When Satya came on, you kind of have to hear what he's saying and then see what he's doing in order to execute.
I wonder what
on
Z
the next
Calvaricci's
decade
go
of
for
growth.
these days.
So that's really what we're looking at. The management team is crucial for executing that kind of strategy.
Okay. And then away from the company itself, every once in a while in the markets, we have a moment where an innovative new technology emerges and the entire world changes right before our eyes. So obviously we're talking about AI today. And
Damn, I
love to
wanted
hear
that
your
dip.
take on where you think we are in the AI
Such
story.
a pussy.
And are you still as excited about it now as you might have been 3 years ago when that change first came along and we got, the original LLMs and people started talking about it for the first time?
Yeah, I think my excitement and my awe of the capabilities has only increased over the last 3 years. I mean, I remember 3 years ago, we wrote a paper called AI and the Declining Cost to Create. And in order to write that paper, there was a lot of research that needed to be done. And I remember talking to a lot of kind of AI natives, people who are in the AI supply
What's up,
chain,
Raging
talking
Turtle?
about
Let's
the
go, bud.
capability of what was
36 months.
What is happening today is happening what I thought would happen 2 or 3 years from now, but the timelines have been pulled in, and in part because the capability is just exponential.
Something specific that's happening today, or you're just saying like the pace of it?
I think that agents today and what they're capable of today, I thought were going to happen, in 28.
Okay.
And that capability would come in 28, not necessarily today. And so I would, oftentimes as analysts, we think linearly, and the market thinks linearly, but we are in a time of exponential growth. And so it's really hard to get your arms around what exponential actually means.
Rejected their management's offer and will continue their ongoing strike at Olin Winchester.
And what the end point is.
Okay.
And so for me, it's been it's a continuous learning process. I have never slept less and
Remember,
worked more because there's just every day there's new updates that are happening, and there's just something new to learn.
What's like the most jaw-dropping example of an agentic product or something that you've gotten a glimpse at where you just said, "Oh my God, we really are living in the future"?
I'll tell you, the weekend that OpenClaw came out,
okay,
I didn't sleep.
Not that far, not that
Was that 2
long
months
ago.
That was February.
Yeah.
And I had taken my son's on the ski team, and I had to wake up and I get him ready, and I stayed up the entire night.
Doing what? Playing with it or reading about it?
I was reading about it.
Okay.
And at the time I had a phone. I was at someone's ski house. And so I didn't really have access to the capability of what it could do. But and I tried to launch one at home, to be completely honest. And it was kind of
Oh,
a mess.
now
I
you're
was
gonna
a
go.
little bit afraid.
You son of a bitch!
Of it. But then Perplexity Computer came. And that was probably a month ago.
Oh, Perplexity
Perplexity
Computer.
Computer.
What is that?
Perplexity Computer is almost like OpenClaw, but it doesn't have all of the functionality because it won't go log in and do things for you after having logged in, right? So, it will, again, go do things. Like I built an app, and in that app, I was having a really hard time publishing it and kind of putting payments into it. And Perplexity Computer completed the task for me.
Okay. So you have this thing paying bills for you on the internet?
Well, this thing, I mean, as I was telling Mike before, I have a daughter who's going to college, and the entire college process was so horrible.
Oh.
I thought that no one should ever.
Say more.
No one should ever have to go through that.
I know.
And so we hired these college counselors. So I just recreated it using an AI bot.
The Common App, filling out the Common App?
It's the Common App, the colleges, and it basically just guides your child through the entire application process.
And you feel comfortable enough that it's doing exactly what a traditional college advisor would do?
I do.
Really?
I mean, we worked with 3 different college advisors. I would say,
That's your first one going?
Yes.
Okay. That's a lot of guts that you have. Because you haven't been through the process before. And
Yeah.
So okay.
But now that I saw it,
Yeah.
it was like, and it was actually my daughter's idea. She's like, there's a lot of kids that can't get a counselor.
That's true.
Why don't we democratize this process?
That's true.
And so, on one of the snowy weekends, we couldn't do anything. So I started building this app.
Okay. So it's filling out the Common App with your kid, and she's interacting with it, and it's not telling her what schools to apply to, but like helping her organize all the things she has to do for each school.
Well, it goes through and it asks you questions, like it asks you 12 pretty deep questions. I think all of us should answer these questions because it tells you a lot about yourself.
Okay.
And then it uses those questions. You tell it, you put in all your stats. You tell it what colleges you want to apply to. It takes the questions and just organizes it for you. So it has version control.
Yeah.
You can send it to your parents.
Please,
or
this thing's
counselor for
volatile.
comments.
Okay.
But it has something called strategic intelligence that allows the kid to say, like, how am I supposed to answer this question?
Yeah.
Given my background, given my stats, given what I've been involved with, how is the best way? Like, what should I really be saying? So it basically
as you're explaining this, I'm starting to think like the colleges should almost force the kids applying to apply via AI interaction to prove that they're going to be ready for the world that's coming or that's already here.
That's a good point.
Quite frankly, it almost seems like this should be part of the process.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be. I built it. So,
Yeah.
I think the point is like not necessarily the app and how it will, can really change the experience of applying to college, but the fact that like I've never coded before.
Yeah.
And I built this it took me like 60 hours to build it.
That's a long time actually.
I know, it was 3 weekends.
Yeah,
it was
but
3
she's
weekends.
never coded before, so without it, it would have taken you 60 years.
It would have been infinite because I would never have done it.
You just wouldn't know where to start.
So based on what you said earlier about the type of companies that you buy, these companies are experiencing exponential growth. There's nowhere near saturation. I mean, they just started. Based on, I guess, let's use like the most recent round. Anthropic raised at $800 billion.
Where the hell did this come from?
Would this be interesting to you, or is it like too early in their growth phase?
So interestingly enough, we recently participated in the last round, and that last round 3 weeks ago was at $380 billion.
My bad. I mean, OpenAI was 800.
And OpenAI was 850, I think.
So okay, so
and
say
so
more.
we did actually participate in that round. And in part, what's happening is, I mean, we have never before in the course of the market seen companies that are staying private
Sitting in this.
till
Screw
they're
it.
almost $1 trillion.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of value that our clients aren't really capable of touching. And so we're actually going and finding really great companies that we believe in that we think will grow in the private markets that have a road to IPO over the next 2 to 3 years.
Which vehicle is this in?
It's actually across all our funds. And so as part of the 40 Act funds, we're able to take 15% of the fund and put it into private.
And is this the first time in the history of Alger that you guys have done this?
No, we've done it before. Like we were early investors in Palantir back in, I think, 2012, 13, something like that. and we were investors in Chime. So it's not something that we've done often, but we are seeing a really interesting pipeline.
YAAS moving?
If you have
including
companies
Sandbox.
if you have companies going to
The hell?
$500 billion before they even file an S1, and you're a growth investor, on the one hand, it's sad that they're not public and more people can't get access, but part of me feels like this helps make the case for active management, at least for growth funds. Like growth funds should be doing this as a differentiator versus, you know, their whatever their benchmark is.
Right. Well, I mean, we should be doing it in part because there's so much value for our clients that is residual, and we're not able to capture it in the public markets.
And then
So-
and then these things come public,
And MACD crossed.
and you have another decision to make.
That's
We
right.
are up a lot.
Now get rid of it.
Do we stick around? I mean, you probably have a lockup or whatever it is, but
Yeah, and look, we haven't had to contend with that quite yet.
okay.
And we'll see. It'll be really interesting as Anthropic and Databricks and OpenAI come public, what happens.
Well, yeah, because you don't know how the public market will react to it. Like, if the public market vomits it, you might buy more.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
what sort of access financial information do you have as investors in these companies?
We get depending on which company it is. It's quarterly. We get quarterly statements. Now, you know, not all of them are like have full. They won't have conference calls, but we have access to the management teams or someone at the company. that can
Neither
help
does
us.
Berkshire Hathaway, so don't
Yeah.
worry. I want to talk big picture. You say that we are short compute globally. Short everyone is short compute.
Everyone short.
Okay.
Compute.
For how long do you think that persists? Because one of the things, if you're invested in a lot of the stocks in the space, one of the things is like, am I going to be like the last buyer?
Don't break
Am I-
33 now.
Am I going to buy right before all of a sudden there's like a glut and everyone overbuilt and, you know, the CapEx plans start to moderate? And that's everyone's biggest fear. Arguably, that's kept people out of this for 3 years. Some people. But how do you think about that compute shortage and how much more runway there might be?
So I think of it in many different aspects. First of all, I'm going to go back to that first thing I said, that we think linearly. We've been trained to think linearly. You give someone 2 data points, what do?
They connect them.
They
how
connect
long,
them,
how
and then
far
they
is
extrapolate
distance
it.
between here and there?
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's also they extrapolate it, right? So, but what happens if in fact that growth is exponential? And again, like, and this is why people are struggling with the CapEx numbers and the growth numbers, because we really haven't experienced exponential growth. And so, you know, that's one aspect. I do believe that this is exponential kind of growth in the amount of compute that we need. And that is predicated on the fact that intelligence is, when you start to build a neural network, it is an exponential problem.
Especially my intelligence.
Like,
It's
yes.
a hugely exponential problem. I have always said this. Right. In other words, because when you talk about neural and you talk about, it's the amount of connections.
That's right.
And the amount of connections is infinite. It's a big number multiplied by another big number.
And for every layer beyond, it's an exponential problem, right? So for every connection here has, you know, an exponential kind of more connections. So I think that when you think about how we can use intelligence, and as we try to recreate intelligence, that demand is it's difficult to fathom, but it is very real. So think about agents. You know, a year ago we were worried about are we in a bubble?
Yeah.
Then we got agents. And right now we're all stopped out on the agents that we can use and the tokens we can use. And, you know, people are trying to token max and their bills are getting out of control. Why is that?
Yeah.
Because once we can ask someone to do something for us that is productive, we will deploy it.
The CTO at Uber said they already blew their entire 2026 budget on compute. It's like April. Did you see that news?
I did see that.
What do you make of that? Do you think that they just have the guts to say it, and there were a lot of companies in that same position because of the cost of all this compute? You do.
I think there are a lot of companies that, you know, want to use more of the compute, and now that it's becoming accessible, and democratized, because you don't have to be a coder to use it, and anyone can use it.
And
and your usage, I do think will go through the roof if they have the tokens.
We're going to do some market stuff. But to segue there, does having the level of conviction that you do in the exponential opportunity enable you to live through the periodic drawdowns, not just for tech and AI, but just like market wide? Is that a big part of your portfolio manager persona?
I don't know if I have a portfolio manager persona per se,
Well,
but
it seems like you're very. It seems like you have this innate bullishness about the possibilities, and so maybe that would enable
hell
you
is
to
that?
endure more volatility than somebody who is either skeptical or doesn't have that same level of conviction.
well, let me give you an example. In February, I got pretty worried about the market, and it was kind of like a guttural instinct of, if something doesn't feel right, we're starting to put ships into the seas near Iran, and instead of just sitting there, despite my bullishness, I raised 7% cash in our concentrated equity fund.
Yeah,
right.
Not by selling Anthropic.
Not by selling it off.
Right.
And so it was kind of like more of like a take everything across the portfolio just to raise the cash to buffer yourself for volatility. That doesn't mean necessarily that you're incredibly negative on the AI trade. In fact, through the course of that period of time, I've only become more bullish. So that doesn't mean there won't be volatility with that trade, because not everyone believes the same thing I do.
Well, you can raise cash because you have the impression that others are going to sell, and that's going to open up opportunities.
That's right.
And that doesn't make you bearish. It just makes you, I think, cognizant of the fact that other people are going to create those opportunities for you, and you have to have cash to take advantage of that.
That's right. And you know what? If you can sell something for a profit and buy it back 30-40% cheaper, you do that any day.
I have a dumb question that I know Josh is thinking, but he's afraid to ask you, so I'll do it. When you and everybody says we're short compute, because everybody's saying the same thing, what literally does that mean? Like, where are the bottlenecks, and what does that mean for investors?
I'll handle this. Electricity is a very big bottleneck.
Stop.
Right,
It's enough of you.
No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, the unit of measure that we're talking about is tokens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for Michael's benefit and some of the people in our audience.
Could you please answer the question?
No, I'm
Josh
asking her.
Josh really wants to answer it, so we should let him do it.
Why do we measure this in tokens? What does our audience is like 90% people that are either investing for other people or for themselves, and just 10% absolute lunatics. What does the audience need to understand about the way that you're thinking about the compute shortage and why tokens matter to this conversation?
And are all tokens created equal?
Ooh,
that's a really great question.
That's one of the best questions I've ever heard.
So tokens are a unit of intelligence, and think of it as, technically a token is 2 or 3 letters. So you send out a question, and it's 100 letters long. That's 30 tokens, right? That's technically what like your input token would be. But really, you should think of tokens as being units of compute, and the more thinking, or the units of thinking, and units of intelligence. And the more intelligence you need, the more tokens you use. It's as simple as that.
Because not just your prompt, but then the response coming back to you.
That's right.
And the tokens come from where? You buy them from these companies?
The tokens is just, think about it as like if your chip is a flywheel, or if it's a factory. This is why Jensen calls it an AI factory. So it's a factory where you're saying, I'm putting in 3 tokens, I'm getting out a lot of intelligence, or I'm putting in this many tokens and I need a lot of intelligence out. It has to grind through it. And that grinding is compute.
Right. The computer literally has to carry out its calculations.
That's right.
And then reply back.
So I guess the question is, it's like, all right, so I pay a monthly subscription to these companies, to these LLMs, for the privilege of using the compute. And the bottleneck is where, like, they can't get enough because NVIDIA can't get them enough chips because Taiwan Semi can't manufacture enough of them. Like, where is it getting caught?
Right now, it's you don't have enough chips, right?
Still,
you still don't have enough chips. Although there's other parts of the supply chain now that are becoming short. So DRAM you see what's happening in the DRAM market. DRAM pricing's grown, I think, 100% year over year, and that is unusual for a commodity.
Was that foreseeable for you? Did you know that was going to happen?
You know what? Early on, I like two years ago, I was like, God, this is going to really pull on DRAM, but the memory market was horrible. So quite honestly, I thought I was wrong. I was like, my gosh, I'm not seeing a response in the
You
memory
weren't
market.
wrong. You were so ahead of your time that nobody else had gotten to that conclusion.
Wait, that's
yet.
so interesting. The market was giving you a wrong signal, and you just thought it was so obvious that it would have priced it in. So you thought you were wrong, and the market was wrong.
Yeah, and I thought I was wrong, and then it basically just took off at it's September of last year. So Micron was at $85 in August of last year.
Where is it now?
450. Right. So it wasn't until just now that the market was like, oh my God, we have this massive DRAM shortage because the pricing had just started to take off.
In my head,
HBM.
Micron was like $175 billion market cap. I think it's like 400 now or something, maybe even more.
Is it really? I only know the share price. I don't know what the market cap is anymore, but these things move so fast. It's hard to keep track of the market caps.
You know what's the thing with the memory stocks? I try to explain this to somebody that doesn't know finance or stocks at all.
515. Sorry to interrupt.
And
Easy AI flat top.
It's a $500 billion. No big deal. No big deal. I try to explain this to somebody who is like not in our industry because they're like, should I buy SanDisk or whatever? I'm like, yeah, I don't care what you do. He's like, no, like explain it. So rather than try to like go into like memory chips and shortages and it's cyclical, but maybe this time it's not cyclical.
It's a low floater. Why is it moving?
I explained it to him in a language that he would understand. I said, think about like restaurants in New York, right? So we have a restaurant called the Corner Store. It's the hottest restaurant in the world. You literally cannot get in. I've been there twice, not to brag. People line up at 3:00 in the afternoon on a Thursday and like hold places for people. And that's just to put their name down so they could sit at the bar. Okay? You like cannot go in this place. It's like Taylor Swift's diner. Okay.
Was it good?
Oh, it's great. It's unbelievable. But the point is, I mean, it's nothing. It's not like it's
very good.
It's roast beef sandwiches. Like it's not like you're not gonna fall out of your chair. And that's the point. There are 500 other restaurants in the same neighborhood. But people aren't lined up out the door of any of these other ones, or maybe one or two of these other ones. And so my point was like right now, so many people recognize the opportunity in this small handful of stocks. There's like a line to buy them. And they sell off and then they recover just as fast because just everyone wants to be there. It's not that you can't buy another stock. It's not that you can't go to another restaurant. There's only one corner store. And if you open 5 corner stores on the same street, all next door to each other, each one of them would have 1,000 people waiting online. Because right now, everyone just believes these stocks are going to keep doing what they've been doing. Or that restaurant is like the only place that they want to be. But it changes over time. So if you're about to buy it today, don't look at what the chart has done over the last year because it's not going to repeat. Or if it does repeat, it would be extremely anomalous.
So the one contention I would have with that analogy is that the corner store...
You stupid bastard.
No, please, give it to me.
Is that, you're saying there could be many other corner stores around.
Yeah.
But in reality, because these are technology plays, there's actually, for each technology segment, there's only a handful of...
But you and I are old enough to remember when memory was the ultimate semiconductor-related commodity.
Okay, but let's talk through that life cycle.
Yeah.
So when I started, my career, there was like 12 different memory companies. 3 were in Taiwan. They were funded by the Taiwanese government.
Yeah.
There was like 3 in Korea funded. There was Micron. I've even forgotten all of the memory companies. Yeah. Now, over time, because of the nature of how difficult it is to, and this is actually a story of the semiconductor industry, because it was so hard to actually produce things at a smaller and smaller node, they were all forced to consolidate.
Rent free?
And
seriously,
so
what
what happened?
About?
We basically came to this point in time as a consolidated industry where you basically have 3 players providing DRAM.
SanDisk got bought by somebody and then came back out.
That's right. It got by Western Dig.
That's right.
And then spun back
and
out.
These stocks were 8, 9, 10 times earnings.
That's
when there
right.
was a chip, when there was a glut in memory, you could not give these stocks away.
I mean, there's 8 times
rent
earnings
freeze.
in August, 8,
Yeah.
9 times earnings in August. And
Yeah.
so the thing is like there's only 3 companies you can buy to play memory, right? To play DRAM.
Right.
And so there is no alternative. So
And only 3 suppliers to the industry. Forget about the stocks, like the commodity, the product itself.
that's right. There's only 3 of them.
Yeah.
So there is actually the reason there's a
No,
line
the
out the door is
the
because if you
headline
want to
is
play
that
memory. There's actually no alternative.
When you say play, you
Reeves
mean from the
mulls a
investor's point of
1-year
view?
From an
rent
investor's
freeze
point of
on
view.
So
private
Western
sector
Dig
homes,
in
coming
January
from the
25
Guardian.
had a market cap of 15 billion, and it's now 125 almost. Is this a bubble?
No. And in part, what's happened is like, think about the data that is produced. So this is a very interesting.
The problem is that Michael can only think linearly.
You have to think exponentially,
That's
Michael.
why I love him, but
So think about all the data that's being produced. There's video. There's these agents that are producing things for you that need to now be stored, and so all of that data has to go somewhere. Now, the hard disk drive industry is very similar to the memory industry. There's 2 players, Seagate and Western Dig, and they're not adding capacity. Right? They're not actually adding physical units. They're increasing the density of their hard disk drives, which is how they add capacity, but they're not doing it at a rate that is going to cause a supply-demand imbalance.
right.
And
That's another business nobody wanted to be in 5 years ago.
that's right.
Yeah.
You know, I love hearing you say it's not a bubble, because these aren't your biggest positions. So it would be very easy for you to say, like, yeah, that shit is really stupid.
Yeah. Well, I do think the bubble talk is really stupid,
Go.
but we can get to that.
Name names. No, I'm just kidding. Why is it
No.
stupid though? Because to take the contra side, at a certain point, like these stocks will not be rising at the same rate that they have been. So it could be that it's not a bubble for the products and the chips, but it might be a bubble for the investments people are making.
Right.
Or it could be a bubble in demand for compute because there won't be revenue at
But
the end
that's
of the.
the- that's the
So
part that
that's
she
the
doesn't
part that I
believe.
don't
Yeah.
believe,
Okay,
right?
so say why.
At least through 26, 27, and into 28, based on the CapEx that we expect, I don't think that we'll be in supply-demand balance for compute. We have that kind of visibility. I don't know if 2030 is going to be that way,
Right.
depending on how much CapEx we put in the ground. It's almost like asking me in 1996 whether or not we're going to be in a bubble in 2000. Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me where the
'Cause
valuations
you
are.
can't predict what people will do.
Right.
You can't predict what humans will do with their money. It's impossible to know what they'll do 3 years from now. But based on the fundamentals of the announced CapEx over the next couple of years, you think the market is still in an imbalance benefiting the sellers.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. And so, but the reason that we have to reconsider all this bubble talk is, yes, the stocks have gone up. Yes, it's gone from 15 to 125 billion. But look what the numbers have done. I mean, just in the last 3 months, Western Dig's numbers have gone from 10 to 25.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
So
numbers?
the earnings numbers for 26 or 27, one of those, like $10 to $25.
Yeah. It's like
Right.
a different company.
It's a completely different company, and this is classic life cycle change for us, right? Where
Okay.
where the industry is changing because of the market changing. So when like Nvidia, for a long time, people were like, "Isn't this a bubble? Isn't it over for Nvidia?" Well, tell me what the right numbers are for Nvidia. Tell me what the right numbers are for Micron and Western Dig, and I'll tell you if we're in a bubble or not.
And Court, one of the things people have trouble with though is pattern matching and their over
Nah.
eagerness to say
Nah,
this thing
jeez.
looks like that thing. And I won't even go into like .com stuff because it's played out. But just in the last few years, the solar stocks came and went. The electric vehicle stocks came and went. We had 20 electric vehicle related IPOs in 2021, 2022. And a lot of them literally went to zero. Most of them are single digits even today. And that's despite their fundamentals having improved. So people say, here we go again. They're bidding these stocks up like crazy. They think A, B, C. If A, B, and C don't come through, these stocks are all going to crash.
Okay, so let me comment on that. In that, the first thing
How do
is,
you differentiate? Is the question?
So let me just about the bubble and like people who often talk about this being in a bubble right now. What I have found is that sometimes it's almost easier if you don't understand something, be like, oh, it must be a bubble.
I agree with that 100%.
And so there's a lot of like portfolio managers that I have talked to and met with, and CIOs and it's interesting because the PMs are often like they came from healthcare or consumer, and getting your arms around what is happening with that kind of background is really hard.
Is
Because
that part of your advantage as a growth manager? Is that you're native to this sector?
Personally, I think so, because it seems so obvious to me. Like, what is about? I've never had this much clarity in my career, and in part because it's pretty clear what's about to happen.
Okay, so you think that it's people that, because we say bubble talk is code for I missed out, or I'm so smart and these people just made all this money in XYZ. It's impossible, therefore it must be a bubble. Like that's how people think.
I know, but that's kind of crazy.
No,
That's
I agree, but
right. So that's on the bubble part that I thought was important to highlight, because I do think when I hear people talk about a bubble, I always ask, like, tell me where you think it's a bubble.
Yeah.
Is it just the CapEx numbers? Okay, let me why don't you justify, or why don't I justify to you that CapEx number? And I can.
Yeah.
So wait, can you?
First of all,
can you?
I can in a second. Let me get to a solar question, because the solar question is a really important one. Solar was a massive market. And in 2000, when was it? 2000, when we had this company called Trina Solar and JK Solar, there was all
the Chinese panel makers, the Canadian panel, right?
Right. And
Canadian
all of those
Solar.
guys, CSIQ,
Yeah.
Canadian Solar, they came to market. And, I was
Don't 5-minute
particularly
cock.
I
Don't do
graduated
it.
from Berkeley. I loved alternative energy. I thought like oil was evil. And, I would
Don't
go to
do
these
it.
meetings, and the guy was like, yeah, we basically built the solar company in my garage. And I was like, that's so weird. You built a solar company in your garage, and you're IPOing for $2.4 billion, which now seems like nothing. But I'm like, how does that work? And I was just a young analyst. I was like, there's something wrong with this. Like, if I can go, I'm a material scientist, I can just go build a 2.4
spin
billion.
up a photovoltaic cell right now.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so, like, why do these guys get to win? And so what happened there was the technological hurdle was so low that as long as there was any profit to be had, it would basically get deprecated.
It became a manufacturing challenge to just make them the cheapest. And of course, China will always win. But then there was also this big government subsidy component to it, which, would come and go. But I just like
but
people
that's why
lost
it's
a lot
so
of
different.
people lost a lot of money. So all right, so in this case, the dollars being spent on this are real and growing. The profitability of it is high from the outset. It's not like one of these things where everybody has to lose money in order to subsidize it. A few companies are willing to do that, but a lot of these companies are coming out of cash flow in their CapEx.
Absolutely.
And that makes it very different.
And I think what you have to remember is if you look across the
Where did
entire
it hit 34?
because from 2000 to 2020, we have had the entire supply chain has been consolidated. So think about that, right? You had, semi-cap equipment consolidated over the last 20 years.
The box makers.
The box makers consolidated. The chip makers consolidated. Even like the networking guys consolidated.
Yeah.
And so you're coming at this problem from, and why do they consolidate? Not because they had to, it's just the technology became so complicated that in order to go from like a 6-inch wafer to an 8-inch wafer, you almost had to join forces because the R&D budgets were out of control.
Okay.
Right. And that happened for the chip guys too, to do a tape out, which is basically spin up a new chip. The cost of doing a tape out was going up, 3, 4, 5x for every single node.
To fit all the transistors, do all the testing.
Right. So the way to do it is you consolidated the market, so you just had more scale, so the R&D budgets were amortized over more revenue.
I was gonna say, I can't remember the last chip IPO.
Astera Labs.
When was that?
2024.
But that's the point. I remember an era where there was a semiconductor IPO every week.
Right.
And it's just, we don't have that.
And now there are just a handful of semiconductor companies, there used to be 45, 50.
All using the same 3 foundries.
That's right. And it really one that matters.
So can I ask you this? I think the biggest question for investors, if we could see into the future, that would put this debate to bed, is the transition from the hyperscalers, from asset light to asset heavy, spending all of this money. And I see you're getting ready to cook, and I can't wait for you to jump in. Like Amazon, which is one of your biggest positions. All right, so they're spending whatever they're spending on CapEx. Are they going to get a return on their investment that will allow for this to keep going?
So what I would say is I can't 100% say that they will get
Do
the
I
same
look like I
return
know
that
what
they
a JPEG is? I
And-
just
and
want a
going into
picture
this
of a
year,
goddamn hot
This
dog.
was my number one, like back in, before Meta put out
it
their
gonna
big
cook or
CapEx
not
number,
here?
I remember talking to our team and saying, I'm really worried that, the hyperscalers are going to zero cash flow. And that handoff of, we value things on cash flow. As growth managers, we want to see the cash flow.
They're
and
reinvesting all of their cash flow
they're
now.
reinvesting all of them are investing all of their cash flow. And that handoff can be a tricky one because whenever you have a valuation regime handoff, to going from PE to cash flow or cash flow to PE, from EV to sales to earnings, there's always a period of tricky.
We're living
and
through
so,
it.
And we're living through it right now, which
Yeah.
is why they haven't done anything
Well,
for a
that's
while.
why they derated. We used to prize how asset light they were and how high their cash flow was. And now the story's different. Now they're in the most massive investment life cycle we've ever seen. And there is no more free cash because they're plowing it right back into data centers.
That's right. And what I would liken it to is when they started building out the cloud, right? So in 2011, 12, 13, 14, right? So Amazon started building their cloud probably a little bit earlier than that because they were doing it for internal use. They were spending a lot. We just didn't know because it was kind of inside of their cash flow
it was
statements.
Amazon. They weren't even telling people, right.
That's right.
It was a different time.
And even Microsoft, if you look at how they spent, they were able to kind of build this cloud, although they spent a lot of money.
But it wasn't like this sort of spend, was it?
It wasn't this kind of spend, but only because the cloud didn't come as fast as AI has come. So if we basically had said, "Oh, let me give you the capability of the cloud with the 5G network and give it to you immediately," the spend would have been significant.
That's a good
and that's
point.
what's happening with AI. Like the time horizons have compressed so much, and the capability is so it's exponentially growing.
So what is Amazon spending the money on, and where is the return going to come from?
Well, they're spending the data centers, chips, cooling, the entire shebang of how you have to build up a data center.
What's the Amazon relationship with Anthropic in your mind as an investor? Like, how key is that? It's like, because I remember 3 years ago, Amazon was talking about Bedrock AI and saying, we're basically going to be a bring your own model. Like anybody can use any AI model they want at AWS, and the street liked that. And then Anthropic just took off for the enterprise. And all of a sudden, it started being more like, well, if you want to play Anthropic, the way to do it is via Amazon because of that relationship. So is that part of why you're so bullish on Amazon, or not necessarily?
No, look, I think Amazon, if you look at the valuation for Amazon today on a GAAP PE basis, and I forget exactly what it is, but it is absolutely not egregious.
Yeah.
It's at like teens.
Yeah.
On an earnings
Which
basis.
is maybe the lowest valuation you've ever been able to buy the stock for since it's been public.
That's right. I mean, compare it to Costco or a Walmart. It's, I think, 10 points lower than either of those. So is that really kind of the right valuation for a company like Amazon?
It is a grocery store.
It is a grocery store. That's right. But it's a very efficient grocery store.
But the partnership with Anthropic and the investment, like how important is that to your thesis for why AWS could
pulling back
be
here.
one of the biggest beneficiaries of AI? Or is it not that important?
I mean, it's important because it drives the top line for AWS.
Right.
Right. So I mean, if AWS is going to grow in the mid to high 30s this year, and part of that is because of Anthropic.
Okay.
So it is important in that aspect, but really for the duration, because Anthropic is going to work with other companies as well. right?
They do
And
already.
they will,
Right.
all right, right? And so it can't be the only crux. So Amazon, look, they have Trainium. Like, just like Google has their TPU, Amazon has Trainium. And so it is important to own the stack.
Okay.
And because it does lower your cost of compute.
Andy Jassy was talking about Trainium and some of the other chips that Amazon is making and saying if we were to be valued or if people were to think about them as though we were selling these chips to third parties, it would be like a $50 billion business. Do you think that the street is starting to, I don't want to say re-rate because it hasn't really, but do you think the street is starting to feel a little bit more bullish about Amazon's A, ability to produce chips, but B, more importantly, potential willingness to become a big chip seller given the shortage of compute? Like, could that be a whole new leg to why the stock should go higher?
Oh,
And I
that's an
own the
interesting
stock, so
question.
I want you to consider
That's
my
an-
question through that lens.
That's an
She owns
interesting.
more than
I
you
own-
do.
Yeah,
You definitely own
I
more
own the
than I
stock
do.
too.
Okay.
So what I would say to that is that look, it's an important aspect of the technology. They've been working on Trainium for a long time. I think they are behind.
We'll finish this up tomorrow. I didn't realize it was already 3:30, so I'm gonna call it a day here. Barely green, $20. I gave back some. Still watching this XE trade here. Not sure if this is gonna play out or not, but it is interesting to me. But market's chooching. Everything looking good right now. Didn't go $2,000 red today, which was the goal. Tomorrow would like to make money. Today I would like to make money. But yeah, not gonna push it. Like the 5 minute on this XE. Anyway, we'll be back at it tomorrow. We're gonna go raid Mr. Marbles. I got some unpacking to do and shit. I got some crap lawns. I gotta mow my lawn. Hopefully it's not dead. Anyway, be back tomorrow. Good to see you all. Good to be back in the chair. Hopefully you guys crushed it last week as the market was prime. Yeah, hopefully I can get a piece of that. Peace out.